check the booth. Are we ready? Okay, very good. All right, at this point, I'd like to call to order this November 15, Tuesday, 1 p.m. Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Our first order of business is to establish a quorum, and we have all 5 commissioners present on the dais. And now let's start through the agenda. And for many of you that are here for Flying Horse North, it is the last item on the agenda. So we're going to go through a few items first, and then we'll be there. All right, item number 1.
Item number 1 is staff emergency items. I'm unaware of any staff emergency items today.
All right, item number 2.
Item number 2 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements. The notice of the next meeting, the November 22nd meeting has been canceled. The next meeting will be November 29th at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you very much. And item number 3.
Item number 3 is public comments on items not scheduled on the agenda. This is the public's opportunity to speak on an item that is not scheduled on today's agenda.
Okay, so thank you. So most of you, or perhaps all of you, might be here for the couple of land use items that are the regular items. So this particular point in the agenda is for anybody that wishes to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. Is there anybody that wishes to come down to speak to an item not on the agenda? And I don't see anybody coming down. I'll just do a double check. Anybody online? No? Okay, very good. Let's then continue to item number 4.
Item number 4 is the land use consent calendar consisting of item numbers 4A through 4D.
Okay, that is item 4A through 4D. And is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on any of the land use consent calendar items 4A through 4D? And I don't see anybody coming down. I'll assume there's no one online. Okay, very good. I'll bring this up here to the dais then. And are there any comments or questions from any of the commissioners regarding 4A through 4D? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for the land use consent calendar.
I move to approve items 4A through 4D.
Second.
And that's been moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and proceed with the vote. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Bremer.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The consent calendar passes 5-0. Let's move to item number 5.
Item number 5 is the called up consent calendar. There are no items called up.
Very good. And now let's move to item number 6, our first land use regular item.
Item number 6 is a map amendment rezone, McDaniels rezone, a request by William Gunman and Associates for approval of a map amendment rezoning from A35 agricultural to RR5 residential rural. The 40-acre property is located directly southwest of the intersection of McDaniels Road and North Log Road and within Section 11, Township 14 South, Range 63 west of the 6th Prime Meridian. Parcel number 3400000295, Commissioner District number 4, file number P22006, Kylie Bagley, Planner 2, Planning and Community Development.
Very good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Go ahead and pull up my presentation real quick. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The item before you is P226 for the McDaniels rezone. I'm Kylie Bagley. I'm a Planner 2 with El Paso County. We also have Ed Schoenheit, who was the engineer on the project, if you have questions for him as well. If anyone has public input regarding this project and has not already provided a name and a reliable phone number, we ask that you would do so to the email on the screen, which is pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. I would now like to ask the county attorney to read in the criteria of approval for a map amendment rezone.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lori Seago, Senior Assistant County Attorney. The criteria that you have established for yourself when considering applications to rezone property are set forth on the screen, and I'll summarize them for you. They are whether or not the application is in general conformance with the El Paso County Master Plan, If the application is not in conformance with the master plan, you still may consider approving an application if there's been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood since the land was last zoned, whether or not the rezoning is in compliance with all applicable statutory provisions, whether the proposed land use or zone district is compatible with the existing and permitted land uses and zone districts in all directions, and whether the site is suitable for the intended use, including the ability to meet the standards as described in Chapter 5 of the Land Development Code.
Thank you.
So I did just want to provide a brief summary of what happened at the Planning Commission meeting on November 3rd. So this item did get moved off the consent agenda and heard as a regular item. The board did end up voting in a tie. It was a 4-4 vote. That does mean that it did move forward to your board without a recommendation from the Planning Commission due to that tie vote. Some of the discussions that happened at that meeting were in regards to spot zoning. The property is surrounded by A35 zoning districts, and the Planning Commission was concerned rezoning this to the RR5 residential rural zoning district. At this time, I'd like to ask the applicant to come forward and give his presentation. The applicant is William Guman and Associates.
Slides here. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The packet that I just sent to you is basically a duplicate of the slides that we're going to go through, but it is provided so that you can take notes on it if you need to. My name is Bill Guman. I am the principal of William Guman and Associates, and we are the applicant for the McDaniels rezone. This is a request for a map amendment rezoning from A35 to RR5 rural residential at 22755 McDaniels Road in Calhan. The site is generally located at the intersection of North Log Road and McDaniels Road. It's approximately 40 acres directly to the southwest and intersection of McDaniels Road and North Log Road, and it's in Commissioner District number 4. Next slide. The proposed subdivision will consist of 1 existing lot and 3 additional lots. We're showing a rendering here with the existing lot or the existing home, which is right at the corner of McDaniels and Log Road. And the subdivision request is to provide 3 additional lots, all of the same size, 9.74 acres, where the minimum lot size requirement is 5 acres. This is a copy of the zoning map with the surrounding properties. And this slide here, I believe, speaks to or best speaks to the concerns that were expressed by several folks that were at the Planning Commission meeting where this was forwarded to you. The area in the center here with the star is the 22755 McDaniel Road. This is the subject of our request for 3 proposed lots and 1 existing lot to be rezoned from A35 to RR5. And what we're attempting to show the commissioners here is this is not spot zoning. This is indeed compatible with what the county has already allowed to occur in this general vicinity. We are showing a scale here. Each section is a 1/4 mile. So what we're showing is that there are 9 existing lots that are presently zoned RR 2.5, so actually smaller than what our request is at R50, and RR5 within 1/4 to 1 mile of this particular site. There are also 156 existing lots that are zoned RR25 and A5 within a 2-mile radius of this property. So, and we did not include anything that's happening down here to the south of Highway 94, which is the Mayberry subdivision, which is under construction right now. But what we're hoping this speaks to and shows the commission is this is not spot zoning. This is not leapfrog zoning. This is wholly compatible with the trend that has already occurred within this general vicinity. We are showing in the red outline all of the lots that are currently zoned A5, RR5, RR 2.5, and RR 2.5 here. So within 2 miles, we're showing over 160 existing residential lots that have already been allowed to fall under the same zone district or the same residential use that we're proposing for this rezone. We're showing that we do adhere to the 2021 your county or your El Paso County master plan, that the place type of the RR5 zone that we're requesting does fall under the place type of rural residential. The primary use in this place type is agricultural. However, the residential uses such as farm homesteads and estate residential are also allowed as support uses. Residential lot development within the rural place type consistently covers 35 acres or more per 2 units, with the minimum lot area consisting of 5 acres per unit. And as I indicated before, 9.74 acres is the proposed lot size for each of the 4 lots that we're looking to subdivide. The infrastructure to serve the new lots, including driveways, drainage improvements, and utilities, will all be constructed in compliance with the applicable county standards, regulations, and criteria in effect at the time of this application. And this is in keeping with the rural character of the surrounding Calhan, Ellicott, and Falcon communities. Surrounding properties are rural, single-family home sites and farm homesteads, and the land use within these properties has traditionally been used as ranch land with some farming. So the 9 existing lots that I had mentioned and showed you on the previous zoning map are already zoned RR 2.5 and R5. There are 9 that are within 1/4 to 1 mile, and there are the 156 existing lots within 3/4 of a mile to 2 miles of the subject property that are also zoned RR 2.5 and A5. Although it's not a requirement at this rezoning application, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE, has already provided us with an ascension letter with the finding of water sufficiency to support the 3 new lots that were proposed, and the 1 existing lot that is to remain is already serviced by a producing well. As I indicated, we're not really required to provide any kind of justification or sufficiency of water, but the reason why we're including this in our presentation, it had been alluded to in the presentation to the Planning Commission that water could be a concern. We've, in anticipation of this, had already gone to CDPHE, and the item that is before you is that letter that says, based upon the pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute, it's our opinion that the proposed water supply is adequate and can be provided without causing injury to the decreed water rights. Our opinion is that the water supply is adequate, and based on that determination, required annually to serve the additional subdivision is currently physically available based on the estimated aquifer condition. The opinion is that there is sufficient water to supply this when the development plan or future development activities occur. So our request of the Board of Commissioners, based upon our ability to satisfy the criteria that's in the El Paso County Master Plan, and also largely, and probably more so, is compatibility with existing surrounding land uses. There are A35 zones, and there are RR5 rural residential zone districts surrounding the property, and we trust that the 165 RR 2.5 through A5 and R5 zone districts that exist is adequate to justify our request for rezoning this to RR5. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the board at this time? We have a continued process going on here. We could call you up again later, but at this time, are there any questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
presentation.
Appreciate it.
And we'll have staff come up at this point and continue with their presentation.
Good morning, Chair. Carrie Parsons, I'm going to fill in for Kylie. She is 9 months pregnant, and we're going to let her get out of the room for a second. Okay.
You know, that sounds like a very reasonable thing to do. And our best wishes to her, so.
So if I may, Chair, I'm going to try to pick up where Kylie's presentation left off. So forgive my surprise. Let me find my way through, if you don't mind.
Please do so and take your time.
Thanks. May I please have Kylie's presentation? Okay, thank you for your patience. As Mr. Gooman mentioned, the current property located is a 40-acre parcel, unplatted. It is surrounded by agricultural property zoned A35. The master plan identifies this area as rural place type. The 5-acre lot size is a supporting land use in the rural place type. The request is for that rural residential 5-acre zoning, so it would be consistent with the recently adopted master plan. It is also in an area of minimal change, undeveloped. The proposed rezone going from 40 acres to RR5 zoning would not cause a significant change, so therefore staff would make a recommendation that it does meet that minimal change recommendation in the current county master plan. In terms of transportation, the property is proposed to be accessed from McDaniels Road, which is a rural local gravel road. Log Road adjacent is planned for road improvements as part of the 2016 Major Transportation Corridors Plan update. And then the property would also be subject to the countywide transportation road impact fee at the time of building permit, when the individual lot owners, they would pay that permit per lot at the construction stage. In terms of drainage, the drainage report is not required at the rezone or map amendment stage. The drainage report would be required with the additional engineering studies at a subsequent final plat stage. This property would likely just go straight into a final plat. It would not have the preliminary plan requirement because it doesn't propose to create enough lots that would require that. And drainage basin fees are not applicable in the Ellicott Consolidated Basin at the time of final plat. In terms of posting for the hearing item, the property was posted on October 16th. There were 8 adjoining property owners notified. There was 2 folks that spoke at the Planning Commission hearing in opposition, and their opposition was in regards to the potential loss of that agricultural lifestyle in eastern El Paso County, in summary. Are there any questions for staff?
Okay, are there any, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. So on the if you can go back to one of the photos that shows any of it, what's the setback on the currently existing home? Do you know, from the north side?
The A35 setbacks are 25 feet all the way around, and then the rural residential 5 acres also share those 25-foot building setbacks all the way around.
Do you know if that one's at 25? Or
Oh, that would definitely be at 25, because this is a 40-acre piece of ground.
I mean, is it at 25 or is it at 50? I mean, does anybody know? But so just
Sure.
Well, my concern, if we were to approve this, you've got the 4 homes on the north side as aligned. The neighbor that I would say is the most intruded upon is the homeowner on the north side. So if there's something that could ensure maybe increased, and I saw on another map, the furthest west home can't go back very further, but maybe the second 2 can, or maybe there's perhaps a acceptance of the the applicant to perhaps put some trees that would perhaps buffer. But my question is that at 25, at 50 feet, I'd like to make sure that if this were approved, that the homeowner on the north side has a little bit better distance between 4 homes, which will 3 added homes potentially next to him. So I'd just kind of like to know what that setback is on the north side right now.
Let me repeat your question to make sure that I'm answering it. I apologize, Commissioner.
All right, so that current home from the north, what is it set back at? Not what the rule is, what is it at? So maybe if I were to support this, maybe I should increase the setbacks in the middle 2 properties so it's a little further away from the northern adjacent property owner.
I understand your question now. I apologize. If McDaniels Road is at approximately a 50-foot right-of-way, that home would apparently be probably 90 feet from McDaniels Road, if I had to guesstimate based on an aerial image.
And I have a quick question as well. On the proposed rezone, so the proposed 9.74 acre property on the west side, I want to kind of compare that to this zone AE, where there should be no build or storage. And just, is it staff's assessment that there's sufficient land in that westernmost proposed 9.74 acres on that north end there where they were proposing the house, that the house could be built with the proper setbacks and so forth? Because at least some chunk of it going all the way to the northern edge is in a no-build area.
Correct. So our current land development code does not allow urban lots to include a floodplain area. However, rural lots, 2.5 acres and larger, can incorporate the floodplain in their areas if they identify them as a no-build area on the final plat. It also, our land development code does also require 2 suitable septic sites to be identified, as well as a well site on those rural lots in a final plat. So at the time when the final plat is actually submitted, we'll get down to the specific distances and bearings of the separations with the 2 suitable septic sites and the well site in reference to that flood zone.
Okay, so some of the nuances of the question I asked would be further answered in any later approvals.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks. So I had 2 other concerns. So one concern that was brought up, and I think it was in the planning department's discussion, was whether they could then, because at 40 acres, 4 lots, you can subdivide again, but it looks like each one is not 10 acres. So they couldn't then split it again, correct, without a very specific approval, because properties would be less than 5, so that would be non-compliant. So they couldn't now subdivide additional homes into there, or lots, correct?
So if the commissioners were to approve this rural residential 5-acre zoning district, the minimum lot size would be 5 acres. If the applicants were to propose to subdivide even further, for instance, a 9.8 acre lot, they would have to either apply for a new rezone to rural residential 2.5 acres, or they would potentially have to apply for a dimensional variance for a lot size, which would either be approved by the Board of Adjustment because it's a dimensional lot size variance, and they would have to show a hardship, or, if it was less than 20%, there is a possibility that the executive director of planning and community development could authorize that lot size variance, or they can elect to elevate that to the Board of Adjustment.
Oh, so the adjustment, not to us.
No, sir. Dimensional variances will go to the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, so my concern would be that clearly in the middle, doesn't look like it could do it, but just then, after they get this approval, then go in and request for additional subdivisions that are now outside of the purview of the county. So, commissioners, so I would have that concern. So I'm not sure if that's been, I mean, it's been answered. I don't know if it makes me feel that much better, but it looks like it would still be difficult, but not something they couldn't do without us approval from the county commissioners.
It would be challenging because that floodplain is so extensive through the center of the property at that diagonal angle. So the lots would be irregularly shaped. And again, having the requirement to have 2 suitable septic sites and the distance with the well and a building site area, it would be challenging, not impossible, sir, but it would be something that they could potentially overcome if they proposed an additional rezone and specific engineering at a future final plat. But it's my understanding that the applicants are not proposing that. It is in the board's purview to suggest an additional recommendation of conditions limiting the rezone to a specific number of lots.
Perfect. And then one other question, which I had brought up and I totally forgot to ask it. There was a statement under the water master plan, although I understand the water requirements are not necessary. It does say that the property is located in Region 4C and that by 2060, a deficit of 1,799 acre feet per year is anticipated for Region 4. What does that mean? Is that something I need to be worried about, or we need to be worried about in the future?
Well, specifically on page 72 of the Water Master Plan, quote, Region 4C contains one small projected growth area by 2040 located between Highway 94 and 24 along the Region 8 boundary. And then, so there's only one small growth area projected where we would anticipate that being a significant concern. And then if we look at page 88 of the Water Master Plan, there is statements in the Water Master Plan that do identify the need for these areas of development to remain rural and not urban because of this anticipated shortage in the water demand. And then even further, if we look at page 105, or excuse me, 102 of the water master plan, I'd like to read a quote, if I could, sir. Quite simply, water efficiency is doing more with less, not doing without. So that's, in this area, we would anticipate those users have to do literally more with less water. It's quoted in the master plan for this area.
Okay, would the staff have a concern about these four properties as versus, it's not urban, so are we satisfied that this does not put a burden on that master plan?
Because the applicants followed staff's recommendation and concerns outlined in the water master plan and began working with the Colorado State engineer on obtaining that water sufficiency for this particular development, and they have been able to attain that water sufficiency through the state engineer's office, staff would not have a concern for this particular project.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions from any of the commissioners for staff at this time before I open this up for public comment? All right, hearing none. Well, actually, do you have anything else, or are you complete? Okay.
No, sir.
All right, very good. All right, thank you so much. We may need to call you back up again. At this point, what I would like to do is call for any members of the public that would like to speak in favor of this proposed rezone. And I don't see anyone in the audience. Just checking again, anybody online for any reason? Nobody online at all, okay? Let me then at this point then call for any members of the public that are in opposition to this item. Yes, please come on forward. And if you haven't already done so, please sign in and state your name.
Robinson.
And before the time starts, if you could just get close to that microphone so we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I live directly across from the property that's proposed to be rezoned. There is no buffer on that, just the road. First of all, I'd like to say I have watched you for the last 2 days on YouTube. There's been one person that shows up on the bottom of the computer, and that was me. So I have a great respect for what you guys do from now on. I did write down a few things so that I won't forget. I am opposed to the rezoning on McDaniels. The current zoning is agriculture. All the surrounding properties are agriculture. The proposed to rezone the residential rural with 4 10-acre lots is not consistent or compatible with the existing properties. The El Paso Master Plan has defined this type of development as leapfrog development and is strongly discouraged and should be looked at very carefully before making a decision. Changing the zoning would strip away any predictability from the existing and future landowners and set a precedent for others to change existing zoning. Soon the rural lifestyle will disappear along with the natural habitat. Our agriculture land should be preserved and protected for the economic benefit and unique lifestyle we currently have. This would be opening the door to changing lives that are currently in the lifestyle, rural lifestyle. We grow food, we raise beef, pork, chicken, eggs, we feed people. More homes bring more concern for traffic and safety, noise, dust, and air pollution. Overcrowding in our schools, law enforcement is stretched practically to be non-existent in our area. Our fire department rely on volunteers. The water is a strong consideration. There is already a deficit predicted in 2060. There is no evidence that well water will not be adversely affected by additional development. This also is a concern the Planning Commission has voiced. With every well that is drilled, the yield will become less and less. Some surrounding properties are already experiencing that. The current farmers and ranchers in this area have proven to be conscientious of each other, good stewards of the land, and know the importance of our most precious resource and the practice of good water conservation. I have some photographs that I would like to show. If
Yeah, go ahead and put them on the overhead. We'll ask that the
Okay.
overhead be brought up. And while you're past your 3 minutes, we'll just give you a little bit more time here to show the photos quickly.
give me just-
Oh, okay. Thank you. Just if you might get close to the mic again, or bring the mic over to you, one way or the other. Thank you.
Sorry. This is a picture from McDaniels looking.
Just, you can just move it down a little bit. That way it'll be into the center of the screen. There you go. Thank you. Okay, now we can see it. It's good.
Okay. This is on McDaniels looking at that flood zone going right through that property. This was in 1997. We haven't had water to this extent since then, but we do have road erosion quite frequently when we do have a heavy rain, and there is the history of this with the Department of Transportation.
Actually, I thought it was good enough to see it if you
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
just put it up.
This is McDaniels with a waterfall going off the side. That was in 97 when we had the road was literally washed out. A little better picture of McDaniels as the road was washed out. That is a flood zone going through there. I would be reticent to put anything on that one west section where he had suggested. This is another picture of the road being washed out, and it just got deeper. That road could not be used for, I believe, a week before the Department of Transportation came out. And then it went further. It went clear across the property and went up into another property on McDaniels. Another one. Another one. And this one is the water that was washed out on Log Road because the water went clear across that 40 acres. Actually, there were 3 roads that were washed out that year, and it was further north on Log Road, south on Log Road, and McDaniels. And I know that there are some 2.5 acre areas north of our property. Sorry, but those belong to the airport out there. There's a private airport with hangars, and I think they get 2.5 acres each on their hangars. So I appreciate your consideration. We all do. We've been there a long time, and we'd like to continue to be there. I would have 4 driveways coming out into my, or 3 driveways, sorry, coming out into my property. Any questions for me?
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from the board at this point? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time. And is there anybody else that would like to testify in opposition to this rezone? Yes, ma'am, please come forward. Have you already signed in? Okay, great.
Thank you. I'm Patty Ernst. We own property just north of this property on Log Road. We do cattle, and though they say less water, just learn to use less water, my cattle don't know that at all. During the summer, each cattle drink over 50 gallons of water a day. So they're not going to understand this less water. When we moved out there was right after the flooding, and I have 2 ponds on my property. Both of them were beautiful. They were full. We were excited. They haven't been full since the next summer. If we lose our water, who do I go tell? My cows don't have water. We're not the only farmers there or ranchers. We have 8 people between 94 and Jones Road, which is not very far from where he wants to put all of this, that farm cattle. And so between their cattle and my cattle, we're not going to be able to tell them, don't drink today, wait till tomorrow. And that's a real big concern of mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there, please, everybody, please. Is there anybody else that would like to testify in yes, sir, please come forward. I see your hand raised. I assume you want to testify in opposition. Have you signed in? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Lowell Lambrecht. I live basically right where you saw the washout. That starts on my property, on the pictures that you were just seeing. I bought that piece of property 2 years ago because it was zoned A35. And I thought that it would be a good way for me to stay out of the public rush if I could get into that kind of property. 3 pieces of property just to the east of me recently sold 2 months ago. All 3 of them are 40-acre tracts. And I'm very concerned that this might be divided the same way they're wanting to do what they're doing across the road from me. Moved out there so I wouldn't have that many neighbors, and it seems like everybody wants to come. I don't know, maybe it's me. Maybe they like me. Anyhow, I'm opposed to this simply because we're losing all of the larger parcels that we have. And for one person to want to make money off of a piece of property, there's nothing wrong with that. But you could go 10 or 15 miles west and do the same thing. I'm asking the commission to please consider this very carefully. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Where do you live in relationship to the property?
I'm actually the second 40-acre tract in from Log Road. So the ditch goes across the corner of my property.
On the northwest or the southeast?
It's actually to the northwest.
Northwest. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your comments. And is there anybody else that would like to testify in opposition to this recommended rezone? All right, hearing none.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I just interject really quickly? I believe that the first person who spoke had a couple of photographs. If we could actually collect those, if those could be tendered to the clerk to the board, that'd be great.
Great. And I hear Commissioner Gonzalez, we would, just to clarify, we'd make a copy and then give the photos back.
That's correct.
All right. So if the first person that testified, if you might be willing to bring those photos up to the clerk, we'll get a copy of them, and then that will allow them to be officially entered into the record, which I imagine you would want to have. Thank you, Mr. County Attorney, for that comment. All right. So the applicant, per our process, the applicant at this point has an opportunity to provide a rebuttal if they wish to do so.
Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Gonzalez, you had questions about further subdivision of the existing 9.74 acre tracts that are there. As part of the package that we sent or had provided you, we showed that there were no-build floodplain and drainage ways that bisect each of these lots. I think that by designating those as no-build portions of the lot kind of precludes that we most likely aren't able to subdivide these lots any farther, and nor does the owner, our client, intend to do that. But I would offer to the board that as a condition of approval, that a notation on the drawing and on as an action of this approval that no further subdivision would be allowed to occur on any of these lots. Again, we're talking about 3 lots. 1 lot is existing. Other than it not being on a 40-acre lot, we're talking about 3 additional 9.74 acre lots. With that in mind, and as staff member Parsons had indicated to you, much of what we have done to satisfy the requirements of the RR5 zoning, identifying drainage. I can't speak to the drainage on McDaniels Road. I don't know if any of those photos were taken on the subject property that you're looking at, but again, we are not proposing any development be allowed to occur within the floodway. The slide that's on the overhead again shows we've got 165 cases where a 35 or a 40-acre parcel has already been subdivided within a quarter mile to 2 miles of the subject property. This is certainly not a leapfrog development. It is wholly compatible with what's already been the trend in this general area of the county. As far as the water and cattle being adequately watered, we understand the concerns, but the requirement and the parameters that we have as a planner and as the applicant is to ensure that all of your policies and goals are adhered to and abided by. And even though, as I indicated, we're not really required at this level of entitlement to demonstrate water sufficiency, in order to help you with your decision that this will be compatible with the guidelines set forth in the master plan and by policy, is CDPHE has already offered their opinion that there is sufficient water to serve the 3 new lots, not 4 lots even, but 3 new lots without adversely impacting any of the surrounding wells. Again, we're requesting that you keep in mind compatibility with the area. Yes, there are 35 and 40 acre surrounding zone districts and surrounding properties, but that certainly is not exclusive. If there had not been 2.5 and 5 acre zone districts already created, I wouldn't be before you today saying this is compatible. That would be leapfrog zoning if we were to be the first one in with a request for an RR5 within an A35 zone district. But as the map in front of you shows, it's already been permitted, and all we're doing is requesting for you to allow us to follow the guidelines that we have to adhere to in requesting this rezone application. We've satisfied the guidelines and the requirements put before us. So with that, I'll close, but I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any remaining questions for the applicant? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so it sounds like you're okay if we did a condition of just 4 lots. That would
Yes.
preclude, yes, okay.
Yes, Commissioner, I will speak on behalf of the owner of the property. The intent is the RR5 is the zone district being requested, and if there were a condition of approval that said there would be no further subdivision of those 5-acre lots, we'd be okay with it.
Okay, then it's in the design, but I want to make sure, again, that if this was approved, you're okay with setbacks are 25 feet. I want to make sure that they're further away, just because you saw with the current existing home,
Yes,
you'd be okay with
yes.
the middle 2 lots being perhaps, if, I'm going to defer it to the director, but even perhaps increasing the middle 2 lots so it's a little bit further away from the
Understood.
north,
Yes,
as long as it's buildable and appropriate.
that would not be a concern. The homes that are shown on this slide here.
Exactly, that's what I was mentioning.
Yeah, that's diagrammatic. We showed the other 3 homes there in comparison with the existing home on the far east side. That will remain where it's located. But that location is not set in stone. There is no plot plan or site plan that shows where future homes would be. So there's a lot of flexibility with regard to setbacks on that, and we'd be okay with that as well.
Okay, and I just want to make sure if this were to approve that our staff understands the intent is, again, and I mentioned that from the very beginning, that northern property owner is the one who's going to get to see all of this, right? And if there's opportunity, I see there's a few trees in the other, it's a dry area, but anything that could help visibility that improve their sight to the property would be, again, something
Yeah.
I hope as a good neighbor you would attempt to accomplish.
And, obviously, we don't have any control over who ultimately will purchase these 3 new lots. But if it's a condition of approval, they will have to abide by that. And I'm sure we'll be involved down the road when there are further planning actions taken on this. So if there are additional setbacks beyond the 20 feet that's required, then that's what it'll be.
All right, thank you. Sorry about stepping away just for a second. Commissioner, do you have any other questions? Okay. All right, any other questions from any of the commissioners for the applicant? Yes,
Mr. Chair, if I could, I also, the member that spoke for the public that handed out the photos also provided letters, I'm guessing from each of the citizens, but there's only 1 copy of each. So in order to circulate those to the board, we'd need to make a copy and hand that out so you can consider them.
all right, that's great. I think that does make sense. Why don't we take a brief recess so you can get those copies made and handed out to each of the board members, and it'll be just all the time that you need to do it, but just that time. So no further than that. We'll take a brief recess at this point. everybody, if we could reconvene. All right, if everybody could take your seats and be quiet, please, I appreciate that. And we have not officially closed the public hearing part of this hearing, but I'd like to bring staff up at this point, and they have some recommendations based on the conversation that's been taking place so far on this item.
Blake, may I please have the overhead? Commissioners, staff would recommend that we incorporate 2 conditions to satisfy the intent of the conversation that has happened at the board between the board and the applicant. The applicant has reviewed the conditions as written and is agreeable to them. So reading into the record, number 3, staff would like to propose a condition. The subject property may be subdivided into no more than 4 total lots pursuant to this approval. And then condition number 4, at time of plat submittal, setback shall be depicted on the plat beyond the required 25 feet pursuant to this approval. And I'd further like to explain what that means. That means when the final plat comes back to this body, you will physically be able to see those building pad sites on the final plat to ensure that they meet the intent of the conversation today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And since we have 2 new written conditions, and I appreciate the specific words and appreciate the applicant's willingness to consider those, because those were not known to the public either in support or opposition, we do need to give them an opportunity to comment to those 2 additional conditions. So what I'd like to do is kind of on those 2 points, because we've already covered everything else, on those 2 points, is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak in support of those 2 conditions? All right, and yes, please. Yeah, this is in support at the moment. And, but I'll give you the opportunity if you have opposition, and actually that opportunity is now. Is there anybody that would like to speak in opposition of these 2 conditions? And I know that you've signed in already, ma'am, so just please proceed.
Thank you. I do basically because you're still putting 4 homes on 40 acres. 2 are plots right across the street from them, northeast of them, just sold 3 40-acre plots. So there's 40 acres, 40 acres, 40 acres, and individuals are going to build on all of those. Right across from me, they just sold 6 40-acre plots that they're building homes on. So you still have 4 homes, no way to block them, and these little tiny plots. And there'll be more and more ranching and agriculture coming in between our gardens and chickens and cows. So there'll still be more. And him saying those 2-acre lots, those are airport lots. Those are hangar lots. Nobody can live in those. That is, they can buy the property and put their airplanes in there. But that's the closest they can come. We have so much property out there. Go somewhere else, somewhere that wants residential. We don't want residential out there. We moved out there so we could take care of the food that provides on our table and many others. And if you take my water and my acreage away, I can't do that.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. And is there anybody else that, based on the added 2 new conditions, that would like to speak in opposition to this proposed rezone? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
I would just like to mention that those smaller acreage lots have been there for at least 20 years. They were all grandfathered in a long time ago. And we would like to really keep our our agriculture away from residential. We moved out there to be agriculture, to have our dream home on a plot of land. And it's going to be taken away from us if you're allowed to build there. And I appreciate any concern you have for this. I appreciate your intelligent decisions. I've watched you make decisions on things like this before, and we appreciate you very much in everything you do. And I pray that you make the right decision, and I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments. All right, please, everybody, please. All right, yeah, and we just need to continue to give the opportunity for anybody that would like on these two conditions. Yes, please, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I'd like just have maybe a little bit of clarification. A couple of times as the clapping has started in this room, the chair has asked for that to subside. And I would love to just set a little bit of an expectation of why that is, because I think it's easy to misunderstand. And perhaps our county attorney would like to chime in here about why that's the case and just help set the expectation of how meetings occur in this room.
Mr. Chair, would that be permissible?
Yes, please. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. So folks, I know there's a larger crowd here than typical today, and I understand the social pressure of applause and things like that. I'm going to read off just an excerpt from our parliamentary rules that are supposed to govern the orderly business of government as it comes to hearings like today. This is contained in the board's parliamentary rules, section 13C6. In order to maintain decorum in a business-like atmosphere and out of respect for fellow citizens, the chair shall establish what types of language or comments will not be considered acceptable. Speakers are requested to refrain from disruptive behavior. Speakers shall remove headwear out of respect unless the headwear is worn for religious reasons. Clapping, shouting, and other outbursts will not be tolerated, and picket signs are prohibited. Unfair tactics intended to monopolize the press coverage of the meeting will not be allowed. The chair or otherwise presiding commissioner is responsible for enforcing the hearing rules. If the rules are not followed, the speaker will be interrupted, reminded of the rules, and requested to cooperate. The chair may also call a recess and/or have the offending party escorted from the hearing if disruptive behavior persists. And again, just addressing the audience today, I know that there's no malintent as far as the applause or anything, but I wanted to provide that context as far as our rules are concerned.
Thank you, Mr. County Attorney. I do appreciate that. So let's continue to proceed with the hearing. Are there any members of the public, based on the two new conditions that were added? We've had two testify subsequent to the addition of the two conditions. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak to those? All right. Thank you very much. And just one last check. Anybody online? No? Okay. So at this point, what I'd like to do is close the public comment part of this hearing and bring this up to the dais. And so the public part is now closed. And I'd like to see if we have any additional comments or questions from any of the commissioners at this point. Could I have one request from one of the commissioners to get the criteria placed back up on the screen?
How many conditions, those 4 conditions, were there any other notations?
I believe there was 2 standard notations in the packet.
I think in the packet, there were 2 conditions and 2 notations, and you've added 2 more conditions, I believe. So that would be, I believe, 4 conditions and 2 notations, because we've added 2. Does that jive? Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions, and we do, as a matter of protocol, we usually offer to the resident commissioner to make the motion, and that would be Commissioner Gonzalez. I don't know if you have any further questions or if you'd like to make a
I don't have any questions. I think they were all answered. Yeah, this one was one of those I was going through. I had no idea how I was going to vote on this when I walked in. So which is great. That's how we should be. We should be doing all the research and then getting all the information. So my two biggest concerns were, of course, as I mentioned from the very beginning, it was like, well, how does this affect the person to the north side as well as the neighbor? And then also the water. So I very specifically asked about the water. The state has already provided an early, although it's not necessary, as was already properly noted for approval. It is a concern. It was answered by staff and by the state's submission satisfactory. The other concern was that this, because we don't want to go away from rural, because this is a rural agriculture. When I have rural, the home lots are approximately 10 acres, so still in the rural. I was concerned about the leapfrogging. I do think that that was the concern, and it does say, well, if there is this type of change, it needs to be looked at even more specifically. But again, the applicant actually did a very good presentation on the acres that were already at 8.5 within half and a mile, and then within 2 miles. And so I did have concerns about that and leapfrogging. If any other of the properties come forward, as was mentioned, we do have the flexibility to start to take that into account as that, hey, was this too much for the water, which is why I very specifically asked, did staff have any issues with the water, and that was answered that they did not at this time, but it's something that could happen with future development if that's, or subdivisions, I wouldn't call it development because these are still larger lot acres, but I was very concerned about subdividing even further. But I think with the conditions as placed forward, I am satisfied that this is okay and smart and reasonable. So I am going to support this with the conditions, and again, as those lots get sold, that comes back to make sure that those setbacks are even further than the 25, which is mentioned and very specifically detailed here, because I'm trying to protect, again, the neighbor to the north, all the neighbors. I want to make sure that everybody's feels like we are addressing as best possible their concerns, and so that's why we did add these two conditions. So I will move to approve item 6 with the 4 total conditions and 2 notations as have been presented.
All right, we have a motion that is a proper motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And that has been moved and seconded. One last opportunity, if there are any additional questions from any of the commissioners on item 6. Yes, Commissioner Geithner.
Not a question, but a comment. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of Commissioner Gonzalez in this, being in his district specifically, but I did just want to add to this. You know, I've said in this room at these land use hearings previously, I grew up in a rural area, and I watched that things tended to grow and be built up to the point that the area that I grew up is very different than it was back then. And so I understand the passion and the concern when neighbors come forward. But the thing that is true about these hearings, and the thing that is often difficult to understand, is that these are hearings. And we have a responsibility to make sure that we are protecting the rights of landowners as well. It's not probably a big surprise if you've watched many of these meetings or if you know much about me, but I'm a limited government conservative. And that means that I don't believe government should have a whole lot of authority over people or property, that we need to have a minimal amount of control over that. And so when we look at this criteria for approval, just like a judge in a courtroom looking at a criminal case or anything else, it's not about our preferences. It is about what the law says. And in my particular role, I believe that I need to be very careful to not overstep my bounds and to assert too much government influence under a situation where someone has a right. Indeed, our Constitution speaks very specifically about government takings. And so I take that very seriously anytime we look at this. So I just want, you know, we've got a lot of people in this room today. And I want to make sure that for those who came and spoke, and I'm just going to read this. I wasn't sure if I would or not, but one of the letters that was given to us says, "You are all about the mighty dollar." I can tell you there's nothing that I make a decision about that's about $1. I serve my community, I care about its residents, and I care about their rights. That is a myth that is easy to jump on board when there's something we don't like or a decision we don't agree with. So I just want to take the opportunity to say, I hear you, I hear your concerns, but I want you to also hear why in this situation I'm going to vote yes for this. And I want you to understand that that's because I do not want to take away the rights of a property owner when they have adequately met the criteria, when they are following the law, and it is my responsibility to uphold that for them. So I will be voting yes as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate those comments. Any other, please, everybody? Any other comments from any of the other commissioners? All right, we do have a legal motion and a second on the floor. I see no further comments. Let us proceed with the vote. This is with the 4 conditions and the 2 notations. Let's proceed. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Bremer.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-0 with those 4 conditions and 2 notations. I'm sorry, 5-0. My apologies, 5-0. I misspoke. That passes 5-0 with those 4 conditions and 2 notations. All right, at this point, let us proceed to item number 7. And we need to have that read into the record.
Item number 7 is the sketch plan, Flying Horse North, a request by PRI number 2 LLC, care of Elite Properties of America and Flying Horse Country Club LLC, for approval of a sketch plan for 846 single-family residential lots, approximately 58.8 acres of commercial and hotel uses, and approximately 204 acres of open space. The 912-acre property is zoned PUD, Planned Unit Development, and RR5 Residential Rural, and is located at the southwest corner of Hodgen Road and Black Forest Road, continuing south to incorporate land on the north and south sides of Old Stagecoach Road, and within sections 30, 31, and 36, Township 11 South, ranges 65 and 66 west of the 6th prime meridian. Parcel numbers 51000000437, 51300000002, 004, 51310000001, 51310050001, 61360000003, 61360000004, 61360030004, 61360040037, and 61360040038. Commissioner District Number 1, SKP 22003, Ryan Hauser, AICP Planner 3, Planning and Community Development.
All right, thank you very much for reading that into the record. And at this time, I believe we do have a statement from Commissioner Williams that she needs to make.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody here today. You know, when I ran for office, I promised I would be present on all land use items and voting so that you could all know how I understand. So please know this decision today has been really hard for me. I have read the entire file, and I've read most of your comments. I want to say, despite many efforts, and some of you are aware of the efforts we made early on in this file, despite many efforts on my part and the efforts of our staff to avoid any outside conversations, there was a conversation I had while this matter was under consideration. Because of that conversation, I have concerns about my ability to hear the matter fairly. A week ago, I notified my fellow commissioners that I would need to recuse myself from this vote, which I know is a disappointment both to me and to many of you here. I notified them so that they would have the time to read and study the file and be prepared to make a decision. I appreciate everybody being here, and I appreciate all of your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And as is our normal procedure, I believe that when we recuse ourselves, we step out from the boardroom. So we'll stand by and wait for Commissioner Williams to do that. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, and now I know that Mr. County Attorney has some statements he would like to make as well, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment on the voting rules for today. In this scenario, we have a commissioner who has recused from the hearing, and that means that we have 4 commissioners eligible to vote. Our general typical policy is that it would take 3 commissioners to vote in approval of something to actually approve an item. Under this scenario, we don't directly address it in our rules, but we defer to Robert's Rules of Order. And what Robert's Rules would provide for today's hearing is a simple majority in order to approve the matter that's before you. That comes with a couple of caveats. First, if there were a 2-2 vote on a motion to approve this matter, that motion, the application would be deemed denied by that 2-2 vote. Secondly, if there were a motion to deny the application, a 2-2 vote would be a failure of the motion, but not a deemed denial of the application itself. Can I answer any questions as far as the voting rules for today?
Great. At this point, our county attorney has offered if there's any questions from the audience, if you have any questions on the voting rules. I do see a hand raised, and I know you're kind of in the middle of the stairs there, but if you might come down and ask your question in the microphone. Thank you. And please, at this point, just restrict your questions to voting rules.
Holly Williams represents the very area that's core to this situation, correct? I'd like to know more about why she can't vote. That's a surprise, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that. This is questions about voting rules. I'll just defer to the county attorney if you wish to respond to that, or maybe work with the individual later. But
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, if we could possibly catch up offline, I can tell you that Commissioner Williams has made that determination on her own accord, and she can share as much or as little about the grounds for the recusal as she wishes.
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. All right. Yes, sir, please come down. And again, this is just about voting rules.
Correct. I hope, Kenneth, I could be in on the same discussion because I have the same concern. She does represent District 1. So I need to find out why she recused herself, if you don't mind.
And if I could clarify, I'm always happy to discuss, but it really is up to Commissioner Williams how little or how much of the reasoning is shared.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, yes, please come on down. And again, voting rules only.
Thank you. Phil Schechter is my name. I have this question. I know if it's a 2-2 vote against the applicant as far as the motion, what happens thereafter?
This might sound a little bit repetitive, commissioners, but what I had explained earlier is if there is a motion to approve this matter and there's a 2-2 vote, that's deemed denial of the application itself and the matter's done.
But if there's a 2-2 vote to deny the applicant's motion, then what happens?
If there is a motion to deny the application and there's a 2-2 vote on that, the motion itself is a failed motion, but the application is still alive, essentially, for the alternative that we just spoke about.
So does it go to a vote again? Is that what occurs?
Sorry, say again?
Does the procedure then have it voted once more?
Correct. It would still need to be addressed if there were a motion to deny and then that motion tied.
Thank you.
Okay. I see no further hands up at this point. And we do have one additional person that would like to come down and talk before we get into the specifics of the hearing, and that is Mr. Kevin Maston. If you could come forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Maston, Interim Director of Planning and Community Development. Commissioner Vanderwerf, I appreciate you offering the opportunity to allow me to do something that's very non-standard at a hearing, and I'm going to go to the other side of the podium to be able to address our audience.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here today. For those of you that were not at the Planning Commission, there's a few things that I want to go over as far as our procedures going forward and how this process will work today. I also want to, in preparation for comments that are going to potentially be made today, I want to be able to address some misinformation that was put out leading up to the Planning Commission and leading up to today's hearing. First of all, the process. Any applicant, whether you want to put a garage in your backyard or whether you want to do a development such as being proposed today, it starts at the front desk over at Planning Community Development. You'll get an early assistance meeting, and from that point, we find out what it is you want to do, and then we come up with a checklist, and these are the items that you have to go through to get this item through an approval process. When that happens, we do not take sides. We do not choose winners. We do not choose losers. We simply assist. We offer advice to applicants. It's completely up to the applicant as to whether or not they do or do not want to take the advice that we give. Contrary to what was spread through emails, I do not have the authority to deny a project. Nobody in Planning and Community Development has the authority to deny a project. Your Planning Commission does not have the authority to deny a project. So all they can do is simply make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. That is it. When we get to this point, the criteria, as far as meeting the criteria, it is up to the applicant to prove that they have met the criteria for the application that they are submitting. Okay, it is not our responsibility in Planning Commission to ensure they do that. We offer guidance, we offer advice, but it's completely up to the applicant as to how they present their case to the Planning Commission and how they present their case to the Board of County Commissioners. As we go forward here, I want to, when it comes time for public comment, again, our Board of County Commissioners have a list of criteria that this project needs to meet to be able to pass. Please limit your comments to the criteria. Any comments made that do not address the criteria is just simply going to take up time. And we've got a lot of things to get through here today. I want to put out here water sufficiency. There's concerns throughout our county about water. We are not discussing water sufficiency today. This is a sketch plan. Water sufficiency is not discussed during the sketch plan. If this project were to pass today, there is another step in the process where the applicant has to prove that there is water sufficiency. And that's the same with any project we do. It doesn't matter what it is. We do have a list of speakers. The order for today will be Kathleen Schechter. Laura Artero has yielded 3 minutes, her 3-minute time, for a total of 6 minutes to Kathleen. After Kathleen will be Julie Chaffee for 3 minutes. Mr. Terry Stoka has said he only needs 7, but Terry, you'll actually have a total of 9 minutes available because Jody Cavney and Greg Chaffee have yielded their time. Bill Schechter is going to have a total of 15 minutes. Mr. Daly, Ed Daly, Ginny Daly, Judy Von Offelt, and Ted Otero have yielded their time so that he has a total of 15 minutes. Christy Correa, did I say that right, Christy? Okay. Has a total of 21 minutes available. Bill Heater, Kevin Ellers, Julie Simons, Frank Simons, Tony, I knew I was going to mess this up, Tony and Charlie. It's not Theobald, it's Theobald. Theobald, okay. Tony and Charlie Theobald have yielded their time. We also have an additional, which would be Matt Grabinski and Kay Matthews and Sue Ader have yielded their time. Please be advised, if you have yielded your time, you must stay here. You cannot yield your time and leave. You need to stay here for the hearing. If at any time, now after these people have had their opportunity to speak, if anybody wants to come up individually, you will be offered that opportunity by the chair to be able to do that. When you do make your comments, again, please limit your comments to the criteria. If somebody ahead of you has already addressed an issue that you agree with, please do not come up and address the issue again. It's your choice if you want to. I'm just asking you to please not do that because it's just going to take more time and more time and more time out of what is already going to be an extended period for today. But again, it is your right as a citizen to come up and say whatever it is that you want to say. And I want to be very clear on that. I am not telling you that you don't have the right to come up and say something. I'm just asking, just out of the courtesy of everybody here today and the sake of time. The last thing I do want to address, backing up here again on the time, you must be signed in to be able to come up and speak. I have signatures for everybody that has yielded their time, and the first 6 speakers that we're going to have, you guys are good to go. If anybody comes up after that, if you have not signed in, you will need to sign in before you can speak. Anybody that does speak, please state your name and make sure the mic is close to your mouth. The last thing that I do want to address real quick is that there was an email that went out about, and the quote is, "I severely criticized your email campaign." I want to be very clear on something. It's not the fact that you emailed how you felt. It's sending emails to multiple addresses that get forwarded again, and then they get forwarded again. And it takes hours out of our day to go through every one of those emails. I've talked to Mr. Stoke about a more efficient way that we can do this going forward for any other case that we do have. But I would ask you as well, for anything that you have, if you go to El Paso County Planning and Community Development, look for my name. Underneath that name is an email address that's checked every single day by our front office staff. Anything you send will get to me, and if it has to do with the project, it will immediately get put into the file for that project, and it will save us the countless hours that we had to go through by going through all the emails. And again, to be perfectly clear, we want to hear your voice. We want to know how every citizen feels. There was just a more efficient way to do that. That's all I'm saying. Are there any questions from me before I step away? Thank you all again. Oh, yes. My name is Kevin Mastin, M-A-S-T-I-N. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. And thank you. Yes, sir.
Sir, if I might, sir, if I might, your comments sound like a piece of testimony that you're going to want to give when we have citizens provide comments. The questions for Mr. Mastin are with regard to the procedures about going forward. But hold your comments, because you'll have an opportunity to make those up here at the podium later on. But let's talk about procedures. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
That is correct. The tie vote at the Planning Commission goes forward as no recommendation. You're welcome. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you for your time. Any questions from our commissioners before I?
Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Mastin at this point? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your quick presentation here. I'll also express my appreciation to the citizens that wish to testify today. In yielding, and some of you yielding your time and giving other people a longer opportunity to speak, that sometimes is exceptionally helpful for getting a full concept out into the conversation. So I do appreciate everybody doing that. Let us at this point now continue or proceed with the hearing. And if we could have staff come up, and looks like they're there, which is awesome. And you'll introduce the topic for us, or introduce the land use item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Ryan Hauser, the planner with El Paso County Planning and Community Development. With PCD Engineering, we have Gilbert LaForce, and this item is file number SKP 22003 for the proposed sketch plan for Flying Horse North. Well, before we get too into it, I do want to make clear what this type of application is. This is a first step in a potential subdivision application process that is more of a highly conceptual type of a plan. So when we say we're not looking at water sufficiency or we're not looking at the specifics, that is technically true. However, you'll find through the review of the criteria and through the applicant's presentation and staff's analysis of that criteria that we are actually looking at these things. It's just from a different perspective than you might normally be used to seeing at a formal subdivision stage. So I think it's important to outline that at the start. To those that are watching remotely and have not provided a name and a reliable phone number, please email that information to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to the county attorney to read the review criteria into the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lori Sego, Senior Assistant County Attorney. The criteria for approval that you have adopted as part of the Land Development Code for sketch plan applications are set forth on the slide in front of you, and I will summarize them for the record. The criteria that you are to consider include the following: whether or not the proposed subdivision is in general conformance with the master plan and the requirements of the Land Development Code, whether the proposed subdivision is compatible with existing and proposed land uses within and adjacent to the sketch plan area, whether the water supply report provided in connection with the application provides sufficient information to identify probable compliance with the water supply standards and identifies any need for additional water supplies, whether services are or will be available to meet the needs of the subdivision, including roads, police and fire protection, schools, recreation facilities, and utility services, whether or not the soil is suitable for the subdivision, whether geologic hazards are present that prohibit the subdivision or can be mitigated, whether the subdivision will interfere with the extraction of any known commercial mining deposit, whether the design of the subdivision protects the natural resources or unique landforms of the property, whether the proposed methods for fire protection are adequate to serve the subdivision, and whether the subdivision is appropriate and the design is based on mitigating the constraints of topography, soil types, geologic hazards, aggregate resources, environmental resources, floodplain, airplane flight overlays, or other constraints. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make one other comment before I step down. Now that the public hearing has started, it is imperative that we preserve the record of this hearing for future purposes. So I would ask that no comments be made from the audience. It all needs to go into the recording. If comments are made from the audience, I would respectfully request this board to not consider those as you deliberate on those applications because they are not being captured in the record.
Thank you. I appreciate those, that final comment and also the reading in of the criteria.
A quick analysis of the summary of the Planning Commission. There is a more detailed description in the staff report. As was stated, no recommendation was offered from the Planning Commission with a split vote of 4-4. Discussions mainly regarding compatibility with the established character of the Black Forest area and with the master plan. The approval votes have cited flexibility of the master plan, and the disapproval votes have cited potential issues with compatibility with the character of the Black Forest area and conformance issues with the master plan. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Phil Stupert with HR Green, and we're representing the applicant, Flying Horse Development, all sitting over here. We have a pretty large team. I'm going to be doing most of the speaking for this part, but when it comes to rebuttal, many of those individuals may be coming up to answer those questions. I think we're going to be spending okay, let me put this up higher. I think we're going to be spending a few hours together here, obviously. We think we have a great project here, and we're going to demonstrate that to you. Now, obviously, there's been opposition, and we have many people here today that are here to oppose this project. When we had 5 neighborhood meetings and we met with a lot of individuals, I know a lot of their faces and names, I wanted to compliment them on being civil through those meetings. We set the tone right away, much like what Mr. Masson was just going through, is that us yelling at each other does no good. Doesn't do you good, us good. But we can have a civil conversation about this project that will do everybody a benefit. So I appreciate what they did because they did abide by that through all those neighborhood meetings. So I appreciate that. But today we are pleased to present this project. While you will hear that opposition, we will demonstrate that we meet the review criteria, number one, and we'll spend most of our time on that, but also that we meet the master plan. That's probably the most contentious item, to be honest with you, is the master plan. But we meet many of those items, and I'm going to demonstrate that here in a moment. This is the order that we'll go through, again, with most of the time being spent on the sketch plan review criteria. Here's our team, and to save time, I'm not going to have them all introduce themselves, but as they come up, they can introduce themselves. So as already noted, the request, right? Just to boil it down, the simple request is for 644 more residential units, because there is prior approvals on this property, as you're probably aware if you've been through all the data. So the main thing is 644 single-family detached homes. The other big item that I'm sure we'll get a lot of discussion today is the luxury resort hotel. And we'll show you some pictures and some renderings of what that looks like. We also have some commercial uses, and I'll show you where those are and what those also look like. So the first part of this, you guys probably know where the property is. I'm not going to spend time on that, but what I want to point out is you look at all the growth that's been occurring around the Black Forest. And I'm going to show some slides here in a moment showing the progression of growth over time in Colorado Springs. There's growth happening east of Monument that gets in the Black Forest. There's growth coming from the south and the east. Our company is actually working on properties out here as well, and you approved Grandview and Waterbury in the past. Those properties are already happening, and we're actually working on areas up in there. Growth is coming to this area. If you go back 100 years, this property was 15 miles north of the city, okay? You move forward, in the mid-70s, growth was just north of Fillmore. In the 80s, growth had now got up to the Bargate area. But look at all this vacant through there. But in the 1980s, that still was farmland, ranch land, but it's not today. Today, we have multiple developments throughout here, some that this developer has done. The Flying Horse Project, what we call the original Flying Horse, right in here. Now we know there's change is tough and it's challenging, and we heard a lot about the people that are here today and how much they did not want to see change. Ms. Geithner, you mentioned about you grew up on a ranch and that you saw some of this happen. I grew up on a farm outside of Chicago. Over time, I saw growth envelop my family's farm. It's what happens when you're around a city and close into an urban fringe. And that's what's happening in this area. The thing is, the Black Forest region, the census data, or the census area for Black Forest, there's 15,000 people living in the Black Forest. I think that's important to understand. It's not like we're coming in and we're changing the entire population. There's already 15,000 people living in that area. You look at the proximity, zooming up on our site, from the Flying Horse North entrance, in 5 minutes you can be to Powers. And we all know that Powers is being extended to I-25. So just in 5 minutes, you're at that location. 8 minutes to Interquest, 10 minutes to Northgate. Significant shopping areas, significant job growth. Look at the hospital that's going up and all the other businesses. They're just within 10 minutes of this property. So let's spend a little bit of time on the design and layout itself. I want to make it really clear that we're just examining a piece of the overall property. The Flying Horse North property is 1,417 acres as a total. We are only looking at the area that you see in white on this exhibit. Island 1, about 82 lots that are already built. The golf course that's through here, that's already constructed, and many of you probably know that. So we're just focused on the white area here in the graphic. So this is the overall sketch plan itself. Now in a moment, I'm going to zoom in on the southwest the southeast, and the northeast areas. One of the things, just for, so you can tell what is what, the orange colors are commercial. These lighter colors on the outside are 5-acre lots. And when you see some of like the yellow color in here, that is our more dense, our smallest lots are less than 1 acre. So as I flip through this, you'll see that. And the hotel complex is the pink color. So one of the things that we got some criticism on right away was that we were building in the Black Forest. Now, I want to make something clear that this property, when you look at it, part of it is in the actual Black Forest. When I say the Black Forest, I mean the actual forested areas. We're obviously in the center of the Black Forest region. But as far as our site, only part of it touches the Black Forest, which is this area right down in here. Now, in those areas, we are doing 2.5-acre lots. Just like all the other developments that are in the Black Forest, we're matching that exactly what's been done. Cathedral Pines just south of us. All in the trees, 2.5-acre lots. So we are matching that just to the north of Cathedral Pines. The other important thing to note is that if you look at our perimeter, we are doing significant buffers that get 300 feet, almost 400 feet in some areas, and we line the entire property with 5-acre lots. Now that's something that came out of the neighborhood meetings. We originally had, I think, upwards of 1,800 units on this property. As we move forward, we continued to reduce that based on comments. We actually even had townhomes proposed at one point, and that has all been taken off the table. So this is the southwest area where a lot is going on. If you've been out on this property, Volume 1 is in the northwest area. There's a temporary clubhouse about where our proposed hotel site is. Again, that pink area is the hotel complex as well as some golf casitas and flats, which I'll show you pictures of in a moment. I believe and then the new clubhouse is going to be constructed somewhere in this area. So when we say commercial for there, it's not like strip center commercial. We're talking a new clubhouse, restaurant, things like that. The next slide shows you the 2.5-acre lots in the forested areas, and then the 5-acre lots over in here next to some larger lots that are off of our property. So good buffers. So this is the hotel itself, an artistic rendering. Obviously, this can change over time. Just to give people an idea of what it might look like, it is obviously a pretty big structure, facility. It's a destination resort hotel that we are proposing has 275 rooms, but those rooms also apply to these golf casitas. So in other words, if people want to come in and stay, they can stay in these casitas just like it's a hotel room. It's the same thing as a hotel room in the actual structure. So when we say that 275, it's the hotel, it's the casitas, and it's the branded flats. All of that combines to be those 275 keys. These are some of those golf casitas. Very well done. They're going to be tucked into the hillside in some areas. And where we have these sited, it's completely surrounded by a golf course, okay? And you can see they're going to be, the architecture, again, we haven't defined the exact architecture, but it will fit into the surroundings very well. This developer is committed to that. There's some of the branded flats. Now, one of the things I want to kind of stop here on is the hotel getting the criticism it has is that, again, we're putting this right in the middle of the Black Forest. Well, it's on the edge of the forested areas. But the thing is, when you compare it and look around the entire region, we are a long ways away from some of the existing neighbors. 7,500 feet over to this point. In some areas, it's 3,000 to 4,000 feet away from our neighbors. So we purposely sited it in the middle, surrounded by golf course. You go to the southeast area, Country View Estates. I'm sure there's some people here today from there, and Terra Ridge. I saw some of them in the crowd. We ended up, through time, having the buffers and 5-acre lots along this entire edge. We also put, the Filing 1 lots that are right here are already constructed, so that is kind of a natural buffer to what we're doing to the west. We have an amenity center and park essential here where some of our smallest lots are located. So again, if you look at that, look at the transition away from those smaller lots to some of the adjacent residences. You open the northeast part of our site, we have a 9-acre commercial parcel, and now that would be more your typical commercial. And your master plan actually recommends some commercial in the Black Forest area. If you look down through these areas, again, this is 300 to 400 feet wide next to this area, and we have 5-acre lots right here. So again, very large buffers. We also put them, and this is a change on a resubmittal, we put the 5-acre lots wrapping all the way around the western perimeter as well. So land use summary, we can come back to this. I know we need to keep moving here today. We're going to be here for a while, but I just want to point out the 846 and the 275 hotel rooms and casitas and flats are all combined. So with that, we're going to switch over to traffic and a couple other things. I'm going to have some speakers come up. So first one is Mr. Mike Roca. He's going to give a high-level discussion on traffic. Mike?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Mike Rocha. I'm with SM Rocha LLC. We are traffic engineering consultants located at 6 South Tejon Street, Suite 515 here in Colorado Springs. I will keep my presentation brief as we do have a lot more of development presentation behind me, but I do remain available to address questions as it comes up at the appropriate time. As part of this development application, we have prepared a master, what we're referring to as a master traffic impact study. This master traffic impact study was prepared as a planning document for the conceptual land uses being presented to you today that are assumed within the overall development and to be used for later guidance to subsequent development applications once the specifics of those development applications are known. This master traffic impact study addresses the capacity geometric control requirements associated with the conceptual land uses being proposed. The master traffic impact study was prepared in accordance with El Paso County and CDOT design criteria, CDOT as it relates to State Highway 83. And finally, the traffic impact study identifies envisioned local and regional roadway improvements that are to be considered and implemented at time of future development applications should this proposal today be approved. Again, I remain available to answer any questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Looks like the not advancing. Let's see if this one does it. No? There we go. Now, just real quick, at a high level, the existing access points are here at Stagecoach and Black Forest and over at Highway 83. So a lot of our traffic, of course, will be going out to Highway 83. And there are some proposed access points up here in our commercial for obvious reasons. And we are going to have Holmes Road open when there's a lot of discussion about whether or not that's gated. Through discussions with the fire district and others, it was determined that, really that needs to be open to provide in case of, God forbid, another fire in the area, people could go north out of this area. So that Holmes Road will stay open. Milam Road is actually not part of our development. You all have a right-of-way set aside down through Cathedral Pines, and it's planned to go further north, but it does not go through this property at that corner. As far as utilities and districts, we have will-serve letters from most of these, if not all. The most important being water and wastewater. We are looking at a municipal water system, not shallow wells and all that, an actual water system that we will be bringing water in from. We have multiple options on the table, Cherokee Metro District being one of those options, but we actually have some other opportunities as well. And we will bring municipal water to this property. In fact, it's the only way that we will do the hotel in these smaller lots is municipal water. If we don't get that, then it goes back to 2.5 acre lots. So let's talk just really briefly about water. Again, it was mentioned, I believe, by Mr. Masson that, the sketch plan level, it's really not the determination here at.
Just a moment. Commissioner Gonzalez has a question.
You said municipal water. Do you mean a district water or municipal?
Well, district. There's potential districts that we'll bring.
Okay, you said municipal, which just means city.
City. No, it is not city. It is municipal through a district.
Thank
Yeah, no, thanks for that clarification. So why don't you come up, Alan? I just want to make one last comment that, because we don't have to worry about quantity, quality, and dependability at this time. We're going to give this presentation. Alan's going to go through that, but then, like was said earlier, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about that because it's just not part of the requirements for the sketch plan approval. That will come down the road, but Alan's going to give just a brief overview.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Alan Hill. I'm an attorney with the firm of Hill and Pollock. Have been engaged by the applicant to work through water issues on this development. I was also the attorney who developed the water supply for the initial 283 lots, including the plan for augmentation that's referenced on the slide. As Phil indicated and county staff has indicated, the question of water quantity, quality, dependability is really not necessarily an issue at sketch plan. At preliminary plan, the applicant will bring in a specific plan for water supply. It may be a special district. It will be some sort of central provider. And at that time, county staff, county attorney, county engineer, referral to the state engineer, Division of Water Resources will all have an opportunity to review the quantity, quality, and dependability of the municipal water provider. And when I say municipal water provider, I also don't mean a city. I use that interchangeably with metro districts and water and sanitation districts that would provide central services. Currently, the 283 lots are served with individual Dawson, not non-tributary wells. And the case number that's in the slide was the plan for augmentation that approved the use of those Dawson wells. That augmentation plan and the water supply was demonstrated to meet the 300-year requirement of the county for that development. If this plan is the subdivision currently proposed is approved, approximately 82, might be 81, might be 83, I'll use 82 just for ease of discussion, will continue to be served by the existing augmentation plan. Individual Dawson wells, there's already 35, 40-ish lots that have drilled the wells, they're operating, we do the accounting every year. Those would continue, but what that would mean is that the approximately 202 of the lots that were previously approved and were going to use Dawson relatively shallow wells will no longer be using Dawson wells. 202 individual Dawson straws into the aquifer will disappear, and the additional lots that would be approved in this development, plus the hotel and the other keys, would be served by a municipal system that would be supplied by the portfolio of water rights that is held by Cherokee or Falcon Area Water Authority or perhaps Triview. And negotiations are ongoing. I think you have in your packet an initial commitment letter from Cherokee. We will continue to work with them and other providers to make sure that the most reliable water system is provided for this development. I will also be available for questions at any time, including now, but I look forward to engaging in that discussion. Thank you.
Brian's going to see if we can get the slides advancing again. Okay, next section has neighbor comments. Now we're going to breeze through this because you're obviously going to hear some comments here today, but want to focus on just a couple items. On the left is some of the most common concerns that we heard, and then on the right is our response to those concerns. Let's talk about density. The thing that it's really, really important to understand is that our proposed density is only 0.65 units per acre gross for the entire property. Now, if you focus in on the 912, it's about 0.93 units per acre, so just under 1 unit per acre. In the grand scheme of things, in a city metropolitan area, that's a very low density. But one of the reasons we did that is because we are in the Black Forest region, and obviously a very sensitive project here. But all in all, this is a low density. We're providing the 2.5 acre lots and 5 acre lots around the perimeter. Smaller lots are on internal, and we removed all attached product. And the other important point is with this increased density, we have given a lot of open space. That's always the trade-off. If you're going to have more density, let's have significant open space. And your county requirement is 10%. We have 22% open space on the area of focus. But when you add in the golf course and you look at the entire project, we will have 30% open space, so pretty significant. And you think of like the Flying Horse community that this developer has built, when they do the amenities and open space and trails, they're extremely well done. And I have some photographs here in a moment. And so I think it's important to understand that the density we're asking for, we're also giving back in open space and trails and amenities to make this a great community. So this kind of just graphically shows that density. So the 912 in dark green being at the 0.9, and then if you look at the overall red boundary, it's 0.65 units per acre gross. We already talked about water and traffic. Schools, they just want fee in lieu, no property, no site. Milam Road, I mentioned already. We do want to talk about filing one, because one of the things that has been said and through neighborhood meetings is that this developer just did this without telling anybody, and that they just moved forward and they never knew that this was going to happen. Well, the truth is that for all the lot purchasers for those 82 lots, they all had to sign this disclosure statement. So again, the people that purchased the lots originally signed this agreement, and the key line that let's look at, it says, the undeveloped property would likely include higher density lots and some commercial parcels that may result in increased density and traffic in the area, including potentially a hotel development. But way back then, this developer was putting this out there to those lot purchasers. Now, if someone bought the house 2-3 times later from that, maybe they didn't get this notice, but they notified every original lot purchaser in this development that this proposal may happen one day.
Commissioner, please go ahead.
Could you read the line right before it?
Let's see if I can go back. You've annexed into the city?
You're not annexed into the city.
It's
So,
potential, which I'm going to cover here in a moment, the potential for annexation into the city. Because there is that potential.
oh, you're using this line to justify if annexed into the city, you're not annexed into the city yet.
Correct.
So does that contradict each other?
Well, to me, it's more the notice that the developer notified all the, whether or not it's annexed or not, to me is not the big deal. The big deal is that they disclose this. And, I've been
So-
doing this for 28 years. I've never seen
So
somebody do that.
when this was approved at the county before, did you have the intent to expand when you asked for permission the first time?
You mean from the original 2.5 acres across the whole thing?
Yes.
I mean, I can't speak to the timing. I'd have to have Mr. Balsick talk to the timing, because you're getting at the timing of when that decision was made. Mr. Balsick?
Drew Balsick with Flying Horse. To clarify that a little bit, this is just a disclosure to tell people what our intentions were. At the time, we were asked with the IGAs to take a look at building our streets to be annexed. At this time, we're going through the county. Again, this is just a disclosure so that people know what's going on. We weren't asked to annex. We're being told that, hey, there's an IGA between the city and the county, and you guys need to be aware of that.
Okay, no, I understand. No, this is not an irrelevant question. When this request was made for and requested for approval for the county years ago, was the intention to come back to the county to expand after it was already approved?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, to clarify, I think what Mr. Balsick's saying is that the intention early on was that someday they may do this, that they may ask for more units, they may do a hotel, and they just disclosed it very early on. Well, let's keep moving here. So
Commissioner, wait.
actually, I'd like a 5-minute break.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll be right back. And if we could get back to the quiet state that we had a few minutes ago, or maybe 7 minutes ago now. Thank you very much. All right, so we've taken a brief recess, and what I'd like to do is let you go ahead and continue to proceed.
Sure, and we would like to address this item. Mr. Doug Stemple, who was involved from the get-go of that disclosure that Mr. Gonzalez you're asking about, he's going to come up and address that and clarify that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I thought it was important to provide some context. I understood Commissioner Gonzalez, your question. And while what Mr. Balsick said is accurate, it needs context to even begin to understand it. We bought this property. The application in front of you today is from Flying Horse Development LLC. I wasn't planning on addressing you. I am not a part of Flying Horse Development LLC. That is one of my partners. When we originally bought this property, it was our Classic Homes ownership group that bought this. And one of the partners has really wanted to move forward. And so this isn't a Classic application, but if we were approved, undoubtedly Classic would build on some of the lots. But because we were so intertwined, it's difficult to understand. We bought this property in like 2017. We filed a sketch plan. The sketch plan was for 2.5 acre lots, 283 of them, and a golf course. And then the sketch plan said, if the golf course isn't developed, it will remain as open space. That happened during, it's a long process. Then you come in and you file a preliminary plan. At that time, we had every intentions of moving forward, still consistent with the sketch plan and the preliminary plan. At some point in 2018, 2019, there were discussions had that started with the city of Colorado Springs about, would you be supportive of annexation? Would you be supportive of development of a 4.5 to 5-star hotel? Would you be supportive of, et cetera? Our lots got approved after a 3-year process in like 2018. We put the first 81 of them on the ground. During that window, we'd been engaged in some discussions with the city of Colorado Springs. We didn't know where it was going to go. The IGA had not formally been adopted between the county and the city. And all we were trying to show with that disclosure was telling people, before you make a very significant investment, we want you to be aware that we have been engaged in discussions about changing the character of the underlying sketch plan. We assumed it'd be through annexation with the city. We didn't know. We didn't even have a definitive answer from the city until about 1.5 years ago, when they came back and they said, based on their current water rights and 1041 application with Pueblo, they can't provide water over the divide. At that point is when it was resubmitted to the county, and exploration began with Cherokee and with other water and sewer providers. There was no, I want to assure you, there was no bait and switch. This was us saying to people, you're going to buy an expensive lot, you're going to undoubtedly build an expensive home, and you should be aware that these discussions are ongoing. That's why the language was written as if it's annexed. It wasn't that we were planning on turning around the next day and submitting to the county for something new. What happens in that process is you begin to learn, hey, you know what? Marriott Corporation thinks that it's very viable to do a resort hotel here. You learn that there are potential viable factors going into the development. It's not a matter of turning on a light switch. This is a 3 to 5 year process. So frankly, what we did is, based on the best information we had, we told people, before you close, at least be aware of this. Frankly, I don't think most developers would have done that. We did it for transparency. It turns out we're not annexing into the city, and that it's probably, today we're not annexing. But the city's annexation plan that only came out last year shows this as a potential area of annexation. If they fix their 1041 permit with CSU in Pueblo, do we think the city isn't going to try and figure out to annex a potential 4.5 to 5-star resort that kicks off that kind of LART tax and property tax and all the other things? I think annexation is still on the table. They didn't take it away forever, but today we can't do it. And so the application is pending in front of you from Flying Horse Development LLC. I hope that at least provides some context and helps you understand that it wasn't, gee, we good, we got our approval, tomorrow we're going to turn around and make the next submittal. That wasn't the case at all.
All right, thank you.
All right. So last part of the presentation is on the review criteria. And I'll try to get through this fairly quickly, given the time. The first one is about the master plan, so I have quite a few slides to cover there, and then the rest of them I'll click through pretty quickly. So first of all, this master plan, which I've been through it all, significant document, well done, for sure. It's a flexible plan is important to remember, because it's not code, it's not law or anything like that. It's a master plan, it's a comp plan, that's what that is. So there needs to be flexibility. Any project that comes before you is not going to be able to meet every single item in your master plan. The idea is, can we meet the majority of them? Is it in general conformance? And that we believe we are. Here's some of the goals and principles. There's 10 of them total. Doug just mentioned the potential annexation area. This is your master plan showing Flying Horse North right here. So we're just one piece of that overall. These are some other vacant properties that go all the way down to the Flying Horse development. So this property was anticipated to potentially annexed into the city. We're coming forward with something that we feel is some sort of a mix between some urban density, but also fitting into the Black Forest region. And that is why we tucked our smaller lots in the middle and transitioned out to 5-acre lots on the perimeter. This is just another graphic that shows, again, the Black Forest area and the potential annexation area of this property. Your master plan also talks about priority development areas. If you can see where the red star is, Flying Horse North is right in the middle of that. And what's important to understand is, yes, we are in the large lot place type there, but if you look around, you see those darker orange colors, that's the suburban residential. There's a pocket of suburban residential just northwest of our property. And that's pretty common when you're planning cities, when you're expanding on the inner fringes, you're going to have large lots next to urban development, suburban development. That's what happens. It's actually not a bad mix, because at some point you can't have 5-acre lots everywhere. At some point you have to switch into more urban densities, which is what we are doing. The primary use in large lot is single-family detached. That's what we're doing. We don't have any attached. We got rid of all that. So we are fitting into the primary use of a large lot. There's also supporting commercial uses, which we also have as well. I think this graphic, again, out of your master plan is an awful good one, because it ties back to what I was just saying. When you have, from the far right, you have rural areas, then you get into some rural centers, but then you get into large lot residential. That's a classic all around the United States. That's the transition. You eventually get to that suburban. We are fitting right there in that core that I've outlined in blue, putting large lot next to suburban. We think that's an appropriate land use transition. Your master plan talks about the forested areas and protecting those. Again, that's what we've done. We have 2.5-acre lots in those forested areas. The rest of the property is wide open, and that is where we are doing some of the smaller lots. Like staff had pointed out, some of the goals and policies, I'll click through these kind of quick. It talks about, your master plan talks about variety of land uses, a mix of housing types. We're doing all of that. It talks about development paying for itself. In a moment here, I'm going to show some fiscal impact study that shows how this development will pay for itself. The county's not building those roads. We are. We're building all the infrastructure, and development will pay for itself. Walkability, bikeability, again, we've built that all into our plan. This is the commercial section out of your master plan that talks about having some commercial in the Black Forest area, which we are meeting. This one talks about best managed practices, water quality. Our master drainage plan that's been submitted demonstrates all that we have met that and we are doing that. Tourism. We believe this hotel as a destination resort ties right into your tourism chapter. You have an entire chapter on tourism, and it talks about things like job creation, supporting the local economy. There's a section in your master plan that talks about the Regional Tourism Act and attracting conference centers and resort hotels. So again, we are fitting right into that, and it just happens to be our proposal is on the Flying Horse North property. Are there some negatives to the hotel? Sure, and I'm sure you're going to hear about some of that today. Increased traffic is one of those. Certainly by having a hotel, you're going to have increased traffic on 83. That's a state highway. Over time, that will be improved and expanded. But let's talk about some of the positives. You know, we think a hotel retreat fits well in the Black Forest. It fits well because that's where people want to come and relax and enjoy. It's a beautiful area, there's no question. We're right on the edge of Black Forest. People want to come and stay there. They can golf, they can go to our restaurants and things like that. It'll probably raise property values. You can't put an exact number. We're saying 25%, but we have not got much pushback on that. Putting a luxury resort hotel on this property is certainly going to increase property values in the area. This facility is something that you can be proud of. You know, it's going to be in El Paso County. You can be proud of it. It's going to be a beautiful facilities. This developer builds great communities. That's just a view from our hotel site. Where we're thinking about locating, obviously beautiful views across the golf course to Pikes Peak. Fiscal impact, you know, this is not about a money decision, this is about many other things, but we do want to say we had a study and looked at the fiscal impact of this hotel and the development, and it's $300 to $400 million of positive revenue to not only the county, but also to some of the other districts that you see there in the lower right-hand corner. There's significant positive impact. Those are some of the key items I just went over and how I've already verbally addressed how we are meeting those. And so we feel we are very much in compliance with your master plan. The rest of these, again, we feel like we checked the box on all of them. We're going to meet the county code. We already have in what we submitted, and we will as we continue. On letter C, we're compatible. We've built in the compatibility on the edges of our property. Again, that's just another view showing you where we've made those land use transitions at the appropriate places. We're going to have a municipal water system or through a district, as we mentioned earlier, and those details are not required yet. We will have services, as I outlined before, within districts. As far as soils, 95% of these soils are buildable. There's only about 5% that are not, and we have those through open space corridors, so we also meet that criteria. There's no geological hazards, we're not interfering with mineral extractions, and we're also protecting the natural resources and drainage ways on the property. This graphic, and when we started this project, we looked at where are the ridges, where are the drainages, and you'll see all those drainages are built into our open space master plan. This shows you one indication of that. This is up at Black Forest and Hodge, and pretty significant drainage way. When you drive by, you can see it. It's a very significant drainage way. And those blue lines actually come into the property, and we placed parks at the top of those facilities. So if you look at the master plan on the left-hand side, you can see how that translates into the master plan. We have respected the landforms, and we've built the drainages into the layout of the master plan. The open space, again, this developer builds great communities, and this is going to be the same. A phenomenal community with great open space and parks. Now, Black Forest Fire District has already alerted that they will serve it. We're in their district, so one of the things they mentioned is that, hey, you're in our district, we will serve you. So that one's taken care of. As far as that last one, K, talks about mitigating and planning appropriately around some of the constraints on the property, and we certainly have done it as well. So just to conclude, it's a well-designed master plan with the land use transitions built in because it's a sensitive area. We get that, we understand that, and that's why we modified the plan the way we did. We exceed your open space requirements for bringing water and sewer in order to do the hotel on small lots. The hotel aligns with majority of your tourism goals in your master plan. We feel that is very appropriate on this property. Positive fiscal impact I just mentioned, and then most importantly, there's 11 criteria, and we feel strongly that we meet all of them. And with that, I'll conclude, and whether you want to take questions now or we can wait until public testimony is complete, it's up to you.
Sure, I'll just ask my fellow commissioners if they have any questions for the applicant at this point. Yes, Commissioner?
Just to clarify for the record, so 846 includes the hotel, or is it 246 plus 270?
That's separate. So 846 is just the single-family detached homes.
Plus the
and
270.
Plus 275 for rooms, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I see any other questions for you, so thank you for your presentation, and we may call you back up again in a few minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll just call now the staff to come back up and complete their presentation at this time.
Before I go ahead with the staff presentation, I just want to make clear the purpose of the staff presentation is not for me to provide an opinionated discussion or an argument either way of why this should be approved or why this should be denied. So you'll notice most of what I'm going to present is going to be on background information, giving you all of the information that you need to be fully informed when you make your decision. So this first slide, I think, is very important to understand what currently exists with the current PUD entitlements and what the sketch plan proposes. So you're getting an understanding of what's there today, what was approved when the PUD was approved in 2016 versus what could potentially change should the sketch plan be approved today. So currently under the PUD allowed for 283 residential lots with a minimum lot size of 2.5 acres per lot. 81 of those lots are currently platted with 202 remaining. Under the sketch plan, you would see a net increase in total residential units of 644 to come to that final 846 units. The sketch plan also proposes an additional mix in residential densities with a low density of 1 unit per 5 acres up to certain pods in certain areas, as you saw on the proposed sketch plan, of up to potentially 3 units per acre, with a max gross residential density of almost 1 unit per acre across the entire proposed sketch plan area. And then an additional approximate 60 acres of non-residential uses, which the applicant has also discussed in their presentation. Here's just another look at the sketch plan. I don't want to dwell too much on this. I feel like the overall layout of the development was adequately covered under the applicant's presentation. Here's just another aerial view showing where the project is in relation to a couple of major roads. You've got the Cathedral Pines subdivision to the south, High Forest Ranch up to the northwest, and these are residential developments with a minimum lot size of 2.5 acres. As you can see on the zoning map here, the majority of the land in the area is zoned for residential purposes, and these PUDs in the area are primarily residential in nature. Going back to the master plan, with regards to the place type, the large lot residential does identify supporting commercial uses. However, tourism commercial is explicitly identified in the use matrix, and it's not included within this place type. Additionally, the place type does recommend residential minimum residential lot size of 2.5 acres, and the sketch plan may allow up to 3 units per acre. With regards to the area of change, this property is located within the minimal change developed area. This area of the master plan identifies that the character shouldn't be significantly transformed from the current development pattern in the area. Obviously, it would be up to the board to make the determination of whether the sketch plan would constitute a significant change in character. The proposed density is greater than the surrounding areas. However, the applicant has identified an intent to buffer the higher density and the commercial areas with residential uses that are lower in density on the outskirts of the proposed development. With regards to the key area, this property is potentially influenced by both the potential for annexation and the forested area. As the applicant had stated, this property is located within the City of Colorado Springs area of potential annexation interest. During the review of the sketch plan, the City of Colorado Springs did identify that if the property were to be subject to an intergovernmental annexation agreement, they would require construction of all infrastructure be built to city standards. Again, that would be if the applicant does pursue annexation. Again, undercutting the proposed layout, they are proposing lower density residential uses in the areas that are forested and the potential higher density uses in the areas that are not forested. So that's something else to take into consideration. Something unique to this area that you don't normally see with these types of applications, this is located in the Black Forest North Central area, large lot residential priority development area. So the master plan does identify certain areas of the county that do have a unique character and further emphasizes whether or not that unique character should be maintained. And by denoting this in a large lot residential priority development area, I believe the intent of the master plan here is to further identify the importance of acknowledging the large lot residential place type and acknowledging that development should run in line with that place type in this priority development area. I did provide a quick list here of goals and objectives. There is a more comprehensive list in the staff report. And again, staff cannot provide a fully comprehensive list of every single goal and objective. So I don't want to go too in depth into these because I don't want to give the impression that it's going to wind up being a numbers game where we say, oh, it's identified to be consistent with 5 or 6 of these, not consistent with 4 or 5 of these, and therefore it'll swing one way or the other. I do want to take a quick break and ask the chair if he has did you have a question or something that I could clarify?
No, not at the moment. I was talking about a potential question, but that'll be in a few minutes, so thanks.
Okay. Lastly, I do want to bring up the water master plan. So while we are not making a finding of sufficiency with regards to water quality, quantity, and dependability with this application, we do make a general finding of compliance with the water master plan as a part of that overall master plan compliance. And I do want to reiterate, for a sketch plan under section 7.2.1, the criteria explicitly states that there is sufficient information to identify probable compliance with the water supply standards. And I believe that would probably be up to the board's interpretation on what would constitute probable, on whether that criteria can be met. And then I do believe that the applicant has addressed the potential opportunities or options with regards to water access in the future. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Gilbert to discuss the engineering components for drainage and transportation.
Gilbert LaForce, Engineering. So the development is located within 2 drainage basins. It's the Black Squirrel Creek and the East Cherry Creek Drainage Basin. The split between the two basins is roughly where this blue line is located. Per the drainage report, they're anticipating 16 on-site detention facilities to mitigate the stormwater impact by the development. And additional details of the analysis and design will come with future applications with preliminary and final plats. Transportation, the development will be subject to the El Paso County Road Impact Fee Program. The master TIS estimated that the development will generate approximately 18,000 daily trip. If the assumed development is realized, there's a potential for signal warrants at both ends of Old Stagecoach Road. So as future development comes in, there's a new updated traffic study that will come in that will provide analysis and regarding if that signal is warranted at that time. So that will continually be monitored throughout the life of the development. And it's already been mentioned that the city requested that internal roads be designed to city standards should this application be annexed to the city. And there was a condition number 2 that kind of identified on the staff report that kind of identified about entering into that IGA with the city and the county with a preliminary plan if that's going to happen.
Great. Actually, I did have a question myself, and it was why I was speaking with the county administrator. So that El Paso County Road Impact Fee, maybe for the the benefit of the citizens here, can you describe a little bit about how that works? For example, who pays into it, and then how are the funds used to build out the infrastructure, and how is it determined how that gets built out?
Yeah, so the road impact fee, there's a sister document, which is the MTCP, Major Transportation Corridor Plan. So the county has done an analysis of the overall county that identified what deficient roads or where roads that needs to be upgraded. And from there, they've put in a compilation of how much that might cost the county to do those projects. And so in order to fund those projects, then we set up this El Paso County Road Impact Fee. And so this fee is paid by the developer for impact on new development that they create within the county, and that funds those road improvements that were identified in the MTCP. They still will have to be responsible for any road improvements that are impacted by their development specific to or within their site vicinity that's outside what was identified in the MTCP. And typically the cost is per dwelling unit or per 1,000 square foot of a commercial site that they've identified on how much that costs. And there's additional items and their nuances where there's a public improvement districts that they could enter into that adds a mill levy on those specific development or lots that reduces upfront costs, but it gets made up by that PID, that public improvement district. And I'm not sure if there were any additional items you want me to explain on.
No, I think that's sufficient. Maybe just one little side question on it. So Highway 83 is a state highway. So the state has authority over that road. And, the traffic study and I can never remember the acronym, but MPTC would maybe indicate there would need to be enhancements on 83. So how does that work with the state? Because I don't know if that's something the county ultimately does in concert with the state, or do we request that the state enhance that road, or how does that work?
On that one, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe Lori can help explain that part when it involves CDOT.
Thank you.
The El Paso County Road Impact Fee, Lori Seago, as County Attorney's Office. The El Paso County Road Impact Fee Program is a method for allocating a proportionate cost of improvements to regional county infrastructure, so roads and intersections. Intersections at state highways are covered by CDOT, as you correctly noted, and so that would be a separate consideration from our road impact fee fund. At the time, if this development is approved, then at the time the plats go forward, CDOT will provide comments to the Planning and Community Development Department indicating whether or not they feel that it's warranted to build the intersection at a particular time. Sometimes CDOT will request escrow from a particular development to, as that development's pro rata share of the cost of a future intersection. We don't collect that on CDOT's behalf. That's collected by CDOT. We do provide credits in our impact fee program for those pro rata contributions to CDOT, but we don't collect the escrow payments and we don't build the intersection. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What else do you have? Or maybe that's it.
That's my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, this is the transportation part. Any questions on transportation? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
So I do have one more thing that I'd like to add to the staff presentation, in addition to just the standard comment about the posting. We did notify 118 property owners on October 18th, and you do have copies of the responses in the staff packet. There are additional copies of more recent responses that did not make it into the staff packet, but you should see the additional hard copy. But there was one other thing that I wanted to mention, and that is just acknowledging what is before you with a sketch plan versus the type of application that you usually see. Because I know we've said several times, we're not making a water finding today, and I'm sure it begs the question of, well, when are we making a water finding? If the sketch plan gets approved, what's next? What are the next applications that we might see? So I just want to sort of outline that process. I had mentioned that this is generally a step one for these very highly complicated development proposals where you see a mix of uses, a mix of housing types, or a mix of densities. We require the sketch plan as a first step in order to evaluate just the overall feasibility of the project and the feasibility of the development before requiring those specific construction drawings, the specific analyses that you would normally see at the preliminary plan stage. So if the sketch plan is approved, it essentially allows them to come back and submit another plan. That next step would be the preliminary plan. They would likely need a PUD amendment in order to implement the plan to be consistent with the sketch plan. At the preliminary plan stage, that's where you would see the formal water finding for quality, quantity, and dependability, and the more specific findings that you would normally have associated with a subdivision application. If the water finding can be made at the preliminary plan stage, that is a process that would go before the Planning Commission and before the board. If the finding for water is made at that stage, final plats may be approved administratively.
Okay, great. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so in the staff report, I had one question on trail. So while staff is pleased with applicants' continuing efforts to provide high level of recreational facilities and amenities to the residents, staff finds the realigned regional trail corridor less than adequate. Could you make a comment about that?
I would defer that question to the applicant. I believe they have been in discussions with the Parks Department regarding that.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to ask that of the applicant? Okay.
Might you just address that?
Yeah, no, 100%. So Mr. Ross Williams, we've had a couple, I think 2-3 conversations with him, and we've changed the alignment a couple times, and I think his comment is that he'd still like to tweak it a little bit. And we are completely open with moving it to where he wants it. So we originally had it going through the middle, we moved to the side, and then now he kind of feels like he wants to have it come back internally a little bit and to not have completely straight stretches. He would like to see it meander, things like that. So we're willing to make him happy. Let's put it that way, okay?
Okay, very good. All right, any other questions for staff at this point from the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Guy.
I do, and I don't know who wants to take this question, whether that's Ryan or Ms. Ego, but so one of the questions I have is kind of something that was brought up earlier, and I really appreciate going through the differences between what we're looking at, you know, with right now saying, is it probable that they'll have water versus, or do we have the specifics yet? And making that distinction for this actual application versus what will be there for future applications. But one of the things that was brought up previously had to do with, you know, the previous PUD on this and historical. I was not here during that time. I think there are others who may not have been here during that time. And so just trying to understand the processes and how that moves forward. Is it typical, or is this an outlier in terms of what we see, which is there was a previous PUD, now we're going forward on a sketch plan. I see Ms. Sego's coming down. But just trying to understand in the course of how we do business at the county, is this a typical or an atypical situation?
I'll let Lori answer that.
Lori Sego, County Attorney's Office. I've been doing this work for 17 years, and it's typical. It's not uncommon for developers for a variety of reasons. Market conditions change, new opportunities arise, things work out, things don't work out. It's not uncommon for developers to come forward and ask for amendments to sketch plans that have been previously approved, to PUDs that have been previously approved, and even down on the subdivision level to preliminary plans and final plats.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions from any of the commissioners? All right, thank you very much. So at this point, we will now open up this hearing for public comment. And we have many of you here that are interested in doing so. What we're going to do is we're going to start with those that are in favor of the project, in favor of the application, and then from there we will go to those that wish to testify in opposition. I do have the list in front of me of those who have been designated, and we will go to those folks first, starting with Kathleen Schechter and then continuing down as Mr. Maston mentioned earlier. And then if there's anybody that has not yielded their time or was not a speaker and still wishes to speak to this, you will have that opportunity at that point. If you do come down and you have not signed in already, please do sign in when you come down. And to the best of your ability, you all have a right to say anything you want in your 3 minutes, but to the best of your ability, if you can maybe continue to identify for us unique issues and unique situations, you know, if we have 40 people talk about water and no one talks about something else, we may miss something that might be of interest to the community. So I just want to make sure that we get it all covered. Okay, so at this point, what I'd like to do is offer for anybody that wishes to speak in favor of this application to come down at this point. All right, seeing none, I'll just, we haven't asked in a long time, anybody online? Are they in favor or in opposition? Probably opposition, but I'm just going to ask. Okay. Stand by just a minute, everybody. Let's make sure we know where that person is. Okay. I'll assume for the moment that they're in opposition. So let's now open up the hearing for those members of the public that wish to testify in opposition to this application. And at this point, I'm going to go through the list that's been given to me from Mr. Kevin Maston, and the first person will be Kathleen Schechter, has asked for 6 minutes, and Laura Ortero has yielded her 3. So please come on up. I believe you've signed in.
I have.
Excellent.
I don't need to tell you my name now.
Yep,
He's going to show me the technical difficulties.
no worries.
Okay, oh, and this is where this is, okay. Not my wheelhouse. Okay. So I'm speaking here today not only for myself, but there's numerous residents of Flying Horse North that couldn't make it because it's a work day, so I'm going to have to read this because I can't memorize everybody's words. I want to thank the residents who did come and gave up their time so we can express all of our concerns, which are innumerous.
And reading something is perfectly fine. Just make sure you're close to that microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm sorry. Usually my husband tells me I'm too loud. Black Forest is one of the strongest and most well-established characters in El Paso County. The area is built around protecting the forest and preserving its rural quality. The master plan seeks to balance conservation with new growth and development and recognizes the importance of being good stewards of the natural environment. Black Forest is designated, as it's been mentioned, in the master plan as large lot residential. The focus of the large lot residential is intertwining residential uses with the county's treasured natural environment without disruption or degradation. The good news is the original PUD of 283 residential lots complied with the large lot residential place type. The current proposed sketch plan is not in compliance with place type. The developer claims credit for a reduction of 600 plus lots from previous versions of the sketch plans. But let's look at the reality here. As you can see by the dates and numbers on the screen, after the first 81 families had all bought into the approved development of 283 large lot residential, the changes started rolling in. A meeting in January of this year proposed a change from the remaining 202 units to 1,200 units and an added 225-room hotel. Then in March, the change went from the remaining 202 units to 1,571 units, and the commercial space increased to a 225-room hotel and 16 casitas. It just kept growing, but none of this was yet approved, so the claim of 600-plus lot reduction is disingenuous because the existing PUD specifies only 283 lots and no commercial. He's taking back pretty much what he never had. The new sketch plan calls for residents on lots less than an acre surrounded by the large lot place type of 2.5 and 5 acre lots, providing a buffer. The buffer, the developer mentions, does not negate the negative effect of high density and large commercial complex being proposed. This is a mockery of the El Paso County Master Plan. It's like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Flying Horse North property is not in a transition zone. The developer wants you to believe this hotel complex would increase tourism. Black Forest is not an area for tourism. Unlike the Broadmoor, golf is limited to 5 months out of the year due to our weather. There is no body of water for sports or fishing, and anyone wanting to ski would need to drive in excess of 2 hours to the ski areas, adding more congestion to our already congested highways. This is not a destination location. Investments made by residents in existing developed communities, including Flying Horse North filing number 1, were made with reasonable expectations that new developments in the community will be held to follow the master plan and thus preserve their substantial property investments. If the master plan is blatantly disregarded, then it strips away predictability for existing and future landowners. This would undermine the credibility of the master plan, turning it into a very expensive paperweight. The master plan states the county should maintain existing and expand the large lot residential place type in this area in a development pattern that matches the existing character. Excuse me. Of the developed Black Forest community. This is what the original approved plan achieved. My rhetorical question to the developer and commissioners is what was wrong with the original plan? It's what we, the residents of Flying Horse North, all bought into and expected. It respected open space and the larger lots for wildlife to coexist with humans and sprinkled the forested and grassland areas with homes instead of smothering it. That would be a project to be proud of, one that would be set apart and still be beautiful. This new proposed sketch plan must be denied. Just because growth is coming doesn't mean it should keep going. I have a separate little thing from a resident who couldn't be here today. She's out of state. She's one of our Black Forest residents, Amy Phillips, and she is the past president of Black Forest Land Use Committee. And so she asked me to make this point she thought was very important. One of the reasons that the density needs to be low is so that whatever water we are able to receive in the area actually has the chance to soak into the ground, watering existing trees and grasses which provide habitat and forage for wildlife. With a large hotel and commercial space and the required parking areas, extra houses, paved streets, driveways, and sidewalks, the permeable surface is greatly reduced. With all that concrete and asphalt, the rain and snow can no longer soak in and instead runs off. This increases the drainage demands for the area so it doesn't flood residents downhill from the property. It's a ratio game. The more permeable surface, the less runoff and waste of water. Thank you for your time today. Oh, good timing.
Thank you. You had excellent timing on your 6 minutes.
Thank you, even with the paper bubble.
You must have practiced that.
About 1 million times.
Yeah, thank you. All right, and then Julie Chaffee, and you have 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where do I find my presentation? They're listed somewhere.
I think they're trying to find it for you. I think I see it there. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to put this up in front of you. As you know, my name is Julie Chaffee. My home is located at Terra Ridge Estates. I'm directly across Black Forest Road from the entrance to Flying Horse North. You'll see our Terra Ridge Estates sign there, and that's my house right behind it. So what happens in Flying Horse North has a direct impact on me, on my home, and my Terra Ridge community. The proposed increase in density affects traffic, noise, and light pollution. That's why I wanted to speak to you today. But I want to let you know a little bit about me. I have worked in regulatory compliance for over 35 years. My job has been to enforce the rule of law specific to medical device and pharmaceutical manufacturing. So why is that applicable to why I'm here today? I have spent countless hours reviewing documents against acceptance criteria, which is what you're going to be doing today, right? I want to speak to the discrepancies that the developer has put forth and for you to consider these when making your decision. So we know Flying Horse 1 filing, or Flying Horse North filing 1 was for the 283. We all agree with that, we like it. But Flying Horse filing 2, the developer put together the submitted the letter of intent in January of this year. It specifically recognized that Flying Horse North is completely within a large lot residential place type. The place type is predominantly single-family homes on 2.5 acres or larger. The letter of intent states that the development will provide a sense of community similar to the existing developments in the area. Since the site is within Black Forest, the letter of intent goes on to state that it's critical to ensure the development does not negatively impact the natural environment. It goes on to say that it needs to be low density to mitigate this impact. And I'm going to quote from the letter of intent. The master plan designates this area, known as Black Forest North Central area, as a priority development area. The master plan encourages new development in this area to maintain the large lot residential place type and promote health of natural areas, especially the forest. Granted, this filing was only for one lot, but it appears the developer fully recognized the El Paso County master plan and supported the guidelines within. So then, we look at the sketch plan that's before us today. Okay? It was initially presented in neighborhood meetings in January of this year. It is clear that the developer had been working on it prior to submitting this filing too. These two documents are in clear conflict with each other regarding adherence to the El Paso County Master Plan, even though they both were done in January of this year. The sketch plan completely disregards Black Forest as a key area, makes a mockery of the large lot residential place type. It's not compatible with the surrounding developed communities, and its proposed luxury hotel would result in severe deforestation, and it doesn't promote the health of the forest. It is disingenuous of the developer to embrace the master plan in one filing, but then turn around and submit a sketch plan at the same time frame, which it does not follow the master plan.
I'll just ask you to start to close your comments, please.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going to cover all the details, but what I would ask is that you deny the sketch plan because it does not meet the criteria approval. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think next is Mr. Terry Stoka. There you are. Please come on down. And I see that Jody Kavanagh and Greg Chafee have yielded their time to you, so you have a total of 9 minutes.
Okay. We bring up the slides. Can I put that in the background? Okay. Commissioners, I'm Terry Stoka, President, Chairman of the Black Forest Land Use Committee, and President of Friends of Black Forest. And as Friends of Black Forest, I represent 2,200 members who are passionate about the Black Forest. We moved to the Black Forest for several reasons: large lots, lots of trees, privacy, low traffic, then the beauty of the forest, the wildlife, and the snow and the tree-lined roads. We have watched with dismay as the city has moved toward us, but we have realized that the city growth is inevitable and we have to accept that. What we are opposed to in this situation is to plop a small town down in the Black Forest with all of the associated things of street lights, sidewalks, and other things that a small town would bring. Their feeling was so strong up in the Black Forest about this, I went out to the friends with an email and sent them the reasons that we are outlining today, why we are opposed to this. I said, do you agree with this or you disagree with this? And I was overwhelmed. It was my email box that got full instead of yours this time. So I have pages here where I got responses from 693 people who said, I agree with these reasons for not approving this plan. I'd like to go through a couple more, and I'll be followed by other people here who'll tell you more. We feel there's incredible sentiment against this. But left
Are you trying to change that
flip
chart?
would do it.
Yeah. And what we'll do is, since we can't get to the next chart, we'll just make sure we give back. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Stopping the clock.
Okay, try again. Okay. We believe that there are a number of violations that should be addressed here. Zoning violation. The current zoning, I realize it's PUD rather than RR5, a 5-acre lot average, which is compatible with the original plan. A PUD change of this magnitude with up to 8 to 10 homes, plus the hotel, would be a gross zoning change. We acknowledge that zoning does change, but we believe that residents have some expectation that zoning is going to give them some protection against drastic zoning changes. One reason this should be denied. One of the criteria for approval of this is traffic and roads. The proposed increase would increase traffic over 5 times compared to the original plan. The filing 1 traffic going to the west would increase 5 times, which is far more than the residents expected or were led to believe would happen with this change. If you go to the east side, 5-fold traffic down Black Forest Road does not have a solution. If you drive south from Stagecoach Road, from the time you enter the trees until you exit the trees on the south, you encounter 96 driveways, 11 road crossings, 2 creek crossings, and houses and businesses that are so close to the road that you could not widen that road without destroying numerous homes and businesses. And it would also require destruction of right-of-way. One more reason this sketch plan should be denied. Fire protection. We acknowledge and realize that there's not adequate protection right now and it would have to be built. Black Forest Fire Protection would provide that, but in order to do that, they would have to build a new station, they would have to buy new trucks, they would have to have a ladder truck and have more manning. That would all be very necessary in order to provide fire protection. One ironic thing in this case, previous boards of county commissioners before your time were approached by fire department chiefs and asked to permit a fire impact fee for new development. It was discussed. The developers were opposed to it because of increased lot sizes, and the county commissioners tabled the idea and did not act on it. That means that we as the current residents have to pay for increased protection for fire for this development if it's approved. That is not development paying its own way. Another reason it should be denied. The annexation problem. I don't think it should be approved because anything that would encourage annexation has a ripple effect that is far-reaching. It would encourage other annexation adjacent to it, for one thing. Secondly, it would be a flagpole annexation, which violates the very intent of what annexation rules are. And the snowball effect that this could have for roads, for fire protection, for all of this would not be good. One more reason this should be denied. In conclusion, there are a number of reasons that I have outlined, and you're going to hear some more in a few minutes, why this is not the right development in the right place. It simply puts too much stress on a place in the Black Forest that was not intended for it, and you can see that there's incredible strong support from residents who are against this. Thank you. Questions?
Any questions for Mr. Stoker at this time? Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Our next person to testify is Philip Schechter, and it looks like you have 15 minutes identified here with Mr. Ed Daly, Ginny Daly, Judith von Alefeld, and Ted Ortero yielding their time.
Yeah, I have another 3 minutes for Mr. Goodnight as well.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, I'm actually doing as much restraining of my anger as I possibly can because I hate actually being conned, being taken advantage of. And I think all of you would feel the same way, and you should, because I think you've been taken advantage of by this developer. And I don't mean signaling out Drew Balsick or the other gentleman, Doug Stemple, because those are two good gentlemen. I'm talking about the individual or the business behind them. And I'm going to get into that in depth and show you why, which I will do as I get into my remarks, because I thought, well, maybe I'll switch them around and address that first, but I think I'd rather address that near the end. What I want to tell you is this. The developer in his letter of intent sketch plan stated, and I quote, Cherokee Metropolitan District has signed a letter of intent to serve and provide water and wastewater service for the proposed project, unquote. That statement is intentionally misleading. Cherokee Metropolitan District and the developer, they signed a letter January 12, 2022, stating in part, and I quote, Cherokee does not currently have the capacity to serve the full build-out demand for Flying Horse North with renewable water sources, i.e., sources that are not derived from groundwater rights to the Denver Basin aquifers, and therefore, any commitment to serve Flying Horse North must be contingent upon the development of additional water resources and infrastructure capacity. The letter further states, and I quote, "This letter of intent is non-binding on both parties." As a lawyer, what that means is this letter of intent has no meaning. Nobody can enforce it. It's non-binding. The water resource report, and by the way, I'm addressing the water resource report and I'm addressing the wastewater report because they are part of this sketch plan. They are attached to the documents and they are entitled as being the water resource report, sketch plan, and the same thing with the wastewater. The water resource report continued this intentional misrepresentation in stating, and I quote, "Cherokee Metropolitan District has signed a letter of intent, Exhibit 3, to provide water for the Flying Horse North development. CMD has sufficient water available to supply the projected annual water demand shown in Table 1, unquote." Joanne Williams, Water Resources Engineer with the Colorado Division of Water Resources, in her April 11th, 2022 correspondence to Nina Ruiz of the El Paso County Development Services Department, clearly stated CMD currently did not have the capacity to supply the full build-out demand, yet would be willing to provide water and wastewater for the development subject to a number of conditions. As of today, no acceptance of these conditions has occurred. So there's nothing. The letter of intent references Cherokee Metropolitan District having wells existing on the Sundance Ranch. However, it has been reported 3 of the 4 wells Cherokee has already drilled have produced poorly. I understand Colorado has granted massive water rights to Cherokee Metro. However, it is not about paper water rights, it's about actual water. If Cherokee provides water, it will require drilling several deep wells into the Arapahoe Aquifer and even the Laramie Fox Hills Aquifer. Cherokee is pumping water from their Sundance Ranch wells currently south to customers in southeast Colorado Springs. I am informed that the Falcon Area Water and Wastewater Authority is also planning to extract hundreds of acre-feet of water from 27 well sites in High Forest Ranch, Winsome, and Bar X Ranch to pump to the Falcon area, further straining the aquifers. The combination of these water extractions plus the proposed increase in water extraction required for Flying Horse North, if this density increase and hotel resort are approved, would be a concentrated depletion of the aquifers that could be catastrophic. To dispose of wastewater for Flying Horse North, Cherokee would require a wastewater line for 9 miles to connect to their system. The County Land Development Code, Section 8.4.7, places the burden of proof in all cases to demonstrate sufficiency rests with the applicant and states, and I quote, "It shall be the applicant's sole responsibility to document in the Water Resources Report that the proposed water supply is sufficient in terms of quantity, dependability, and quality," unquote. The wastewater disposal report misstates the acreage in the undeveloped property as 912.7 acres when the applicant disclosed 800. How do I turn that?
Can we bring the overhead up, please? There we go.
Okay, let me move this back. Oh. All right. As you can see, it shows plus or minus 862 acres remain undeveloped in the white area. This was before the application and the filing of filing number 2 that added just under 3 acres. So what we're talking about is 859 acres. Where did he get the additional acreage? Part of it comes from 39.33 acres that are on the northeast part of the end of Holmes Drive adjacent to this development, this subdivision. However, that property was sold on May 5th, I believe, 2021 by the elderly lady who owned it to another limited liability company headquartered in Monument. I think it's called Riley or Ryan, something like that. And it was sold for $780,000. In March of this year, this developer filed his first sketch plan and claimed in that sketch plan the 912.7 acres as part of this development. The development which you approved September 4th, 2018 was for 1,417 acres of 283 large lot parcels, minimal acreage of 2.5. You didn't approve of 1,459 acres, which is what they have been claiming since March. Now, the developer did finally acquire this property on June 15th, paying $1,750,000 for it, and somehow claims that it can be automatically applied to the existing subdivision. I'm a lawyer from California. Where I came from, if you wanted to add land to a subdivision, you had to make an application to do so. You couldn't just add it on, which is what I see occurring here. Anyway, as I said, that 862 is now 859. And what are they claiming? It further claims 846 residential units. In fact, it's including additional 50 flats. Now, you saw one of the pictures that was depicted of what one of these flats look like. They are 3-story buildings with a flat on each building, but they haven't told you how many flats they're going to do. They haven't told you how many casitas they're going to do. All of those casitas, flats, townhouses, condos, whatever, are all considered within their thinking of these 50 more living units, in addition to the 225-room luxury hotel. Let's take a look at that. I passed out to all 5 of you, or I had your clerk do it, a rendering that was provided of the rear of the hotel from the developer at one of the neighborhood meetings that I attended months ago. And I tried to count how many levels this is. It's like 4 or 5 stories. And with these casitas and flats and whatever other unit they want to have running down the sides, apparently, of the fairways. This is what they are proposing to put into this development. So what we have here, in my opinion, are 896 residential units, along with a 4 to 5 story luxury 225-room hotel resort complex. By the way, within that, I believe is 44,000 or 46,000 square feet of a gymnasium or exercise facility. We don't know what all of the amenities that they are proposing are, because they haven't come clean and they haven't told us specifically what those are. Going on, this wastewater disposal report, going back to that, claims the existing Cherokee Metropolitan District wastewater treatment facility has the capacity to treat the projected wastewater loading from Filing 1. However, all residents in Filing 1, we're all on private septic systems. We're not needing to be part of CMD. The wastewater disposal report is unreliable. The report estimates initial construction costs to convey wastewater to the treatment facility, so, as I said, some miles away, between $12 and $15 million. This cost is going to be passed on to the purchasers of at least the first 846 proposed single-family units, maybe the additional 50 as well. Given the shutdown of America's energy independence commencing January 20th, 2021, with all of the shortages we now experience across our nation, including reduction of diesel fuel necessary to operate transportation trucks and container ships, resulted in an increase of cost of transporting and manufacturing goods, including construction materials. Over the next several years, this situation is not going to improve, and our economy will continue to suffer. And this estimate of $12 to $15 million for cost of construction is likely underestimated. It could cost 2 to 3 times this estimate. No one knows. We don't know. If the hotel is approved, the costs of construction is continuing to increase, could result in the halting of construction before completion, leaving what was a beautiful forested area an eyesore, because the area where they want to put the hotel, which is up off of the first tee box of this beautiful golf course, it's one of the most beautiful golf courses I've ever been on, could be an eyesore because it will remain unfinished when they don't have the funds to do it. All of us who purchased in filing number 1 were promised, furthermore, a permanent golf clubhouse to include a restaurant, a bar, and a gym. A small gym, nothing fancy. However, there's a large trailer that was parked at the roundabout where the old Stagecoach Road intersects Allen Road and depicts a large photo or rendering of the promised clubhouse. This trailer with depiction has been located there since at least the completion of the golf course. The golf course promised when we bought in that we were going to have this permanent clubhouse. To this day, it still stands with the temporary clubhouse. And now the proposal is not to build what was promised in the original filing, but now it's to be part of this new development, this new hotel complex. The United States Department of Agriculture reported to me that the last time even an estimate was made of the water within the 4 aquifers of the Denver Basin was 35 years ago in 1987. El Paso County population in 1987 was 394,848, and in 2021, the population had grown to 737,867. An increase over these 35 years of 86.9%. This doesn't include the population increases in the other several counties accessing water from the Denver Basin aquifers, nor do we know how many users even for these aquifers have increased during these 35 years. Given a 22-year drought with no change in the foreseeable future, no accurate figures on how much water remains in the 4 Denver Basin aquifers, and knowing the water within is not renewable, literally leaves El Paso County and other communities to strictly judge sketch plans for expansion of residential and commercial land use to guessing. Currently, there is no information on how much water remains in these 4 aquifers, nor how much is being removed daily, monthly, and yearly to determine how long water will be available to service just the existing users, let alone newer users. Presently in El Paso County, there are over 25,000 applications for new residential units pending. How do I know this? Because I counted them at the beginning of September of this year. I counted them as well in February of this year. At that time, they were over 15,000, just under 16,000. So all of these places are going to need water to come from someplace. Currently, in the Flying Horse North development, the developers sell these remaining 202 large lot residential units with minimum size acreage of 2.5 acres because they've all been approved by you. They were all approved by you September 4th, 2018. I submit to the extent additional single-family residential properties are pending for approval, they should have priority over the developer of Flying Horse North, who from all appearances had at the time he sought to create this existing subdivision, intended to seek to increase the density and build a large hotel complex, failing to disclose his intent, knowing it would most likely result in the denial of approval of the entire subdivision by you commissioners. And let me point out why I think that. On September 4th, 2018, you approved the preliminary plan of our existing Flying Horse North subdivision. The developer had created, however, 79 pages plus exhibits of CC&Rs that were executed by the developer on August 22nd, 2018, and recorded November 6, 2018. which by their terms, in my legal opinion, created an ambiguity, seeking to convince buyers of lots in filing number 1 to believe that Flying Horse North, which consisted of 1,417 acres, would be with no more than 283 individual lots, no smaller than 2.5 acres. Even before recording of these CC&Rs, this developer had prepared a one-page document, which you were shown part of. You were shown part of earlier by the developer's representative. Look at the date at the top. It was dated as of September 21st, 2018. How many days after you approved his preliminary plan on September 4th was that? 17 days? So this was already in the works to have buyers acknowledge that they were aware that the owner of substantial undeveloped real property located in the area of the lot described in the purchase agreement, that was in each person's lot that they were considering to buy, was in discussions and had been in discussions with the city of Colorado Springs regarding potential annexation of the undeveloped property. And what I'm getting at here is, this being dated as of September 21st, these discussions, if they had been going on, absolutely had to have predated your hearing on September 4th, where you approved of the existing family Flying Horse North subdivision. I think you've been taken advantage of. I think the wool's been pulled over your eyes just like it was over mine and others. I still have a few more minutes. Can I try to finish up?
Yes, please go ahead and finish up and just get to
the
your
other
concluding.
thing is that, as I said, the CC&Rs, on page 44 of the CC&Rs in a section 10.8, it states, and I'll try to recall it from memory, notwithstanding any other provisions to the contrary. Then it goes on to say, in this common area, there shall be no more than 283 individual lots. Well, what they don't tell you is they define on page 4, not page 44, but on page 4, common area. Common area was described to only apply to the Exhibit A property description, which was all of the lots, including the golf course, in filing 1. The undeveloped properties were part of Exhibit B, were not defined as part of the community area. Now, where I submit is they created their own ambiguity, because from the phrase, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this declaration, is in conflict with the phrase with the common area phrase. And under the law, including, I did a little research here in Colorado, under contract construction law, you interpret an ambiguous provision of a contract strongly against the drafter. In this case, we know the developer drafted this. What they intended to do was to fool people buying into filing 1. Now, none of you knew anything about the CC&Rs. I was told by the planning department that they don't even see the CC&Rs. This is something developed by the developer. And what bothers me is all of us were taken advantage of. And when I communicated with as many filing 1 residents in Flying Horse North that I could get a hold of their email addresses, and I have received at least 17 responses where every one of them said, we understood there were going to be no more than 283 lots in this subdivision. And I think 2 people mentioned only that they had been told by a realtor that there might be a boutique type hotel considered. I can tell you that the builder who built our home, they were led to believe no more than 283. So I'm submitting to all of you that this is enough. You know, I've always maintained transparency. And when I started this process, I spent over 100 hours researching.
I don't mean to interrupt, but please get to your closing. Yes,
Okay, thank you. The bottom line then, let me get to that. The bottom line is there are many reasons for disapproving this application and sketch plan, with the most notable, in addition to the deception I believe perpetrated upon all of us purchasers, as well as this board, through complete lack of transparency. The proposals are contrary to most of the requirements with the El Paso County Master Plan of 2021, and in particular, the large lot residential place type. I submit, don't let them pull a fast one on you when they made a representation on September 4th of what they were proposing, when they had in the back of his or their minds to expand the density and build some kind of a 4 to 5 story luxury hotel resort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, now I have a request from one of my commissioners for a quick comfort break. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me ask if there are any questions for you at this point, Commissioner Geithner.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask a question. You referenced the, historical change in population in El Paso County, but I also know you mentioned that you are a California attorney. So when did you move to this area?
I moved here 2.5 years ago. My wife came out here in that's a good point, in 2017 in August. We literally were able to reserve, believe it or not, we reserved our parcel in November of 2017 before you had even approved of the subdivision. We didn't know that. So we reserved.
And to be clear, you keep saying you, but most of us, or at least some of us, were not here in 2018.
Okay.
And you may not be super familiar with this body, but that is part of it.
This developer started he got his PUD done, I believe, December 13th, 2016. And we were, as I said, my wife and I, we were able to reserve our parcel, lot 45. We were able to reserve that in November of 2017. They started building in April of 2019. They finished in December. We signed and closed escrow in January of 2020, and we moved in the first week of May 2020.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer.
Okay, and since I jumped the gun a little bit there, are there any other questions from any of the commissioners regarding Mr. Schechter's testimony?
Do I get a right to sign up again and say something else when others? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schechter. I appreciate it. All right, I do have a request from one of the commissioners for a quick comfort break, so let's go ahead and recess for just a few minutes, and then we'll be back. before we continue with our public testimony in opposition, just wanted to let everybody know, we do have security here, so everybody's nice and safe. That's wonderful. But we have locked the front doors. So if you walk out those front doors, we won't be able to get you back in. So I guess we have you as a captured audience. But anyway, I just wanted you to be aware about the doors, and we do have security. We're all safe. So we're just going to continue. It is our intention to go completely through this this hearing. So appreciate your patience. It is a long hearing, but many of you are here expressing, your view, and we actually deeply appreciate all of that. That's always good that people are willing to do that. Okay, so having said that, let's start our testimony back up. And our next person is Christy Correa, and you have 21 minutes with Bill Heater, Kevin Ehlers, Julie Simons, Frank Simons, Tony Theobald, and Charlie Theobald, who have yielded their time. And hopefully I pronounced their names correctly, or close enough. All right. Thank you very much. So please proceed.
Blake? Excellent. Thank you. All right. We are now after 5 o'clock, so good evening, commissioners. I am Christy Correa, and I am on the Cathedral Pines Homeowners Association Board of Directors. I am here to represent Cathedral Pines HOA, the Cathedral Pines Metropolitan District Board of Directors, and other homeowners surrounding the Flying Horse North development. We recognize that you are faced with a difficult decision today. The reason we are here is to oppose the appropriateness of the location of this development. Among the presentations you have already heard, and this one, we will present you with all the facts we can that will help you make this decision. We recognize that El Paso County will most likely add more than 250,000 residents in the next 30 years or less. That increase means additional affordable housing is urgently needed. Growth of this scale requires strategic planning, foresight, and vision. Such planning and foresight is captured in our El Paso County Master Plan. The Master Plan, a taxpayer-funded, massively comprehensive document, which was approved merely 17 months ago, provides strategies that ensure predictable developments while protecting unique county assets. I know you are all very familiar with this document. However, I will be making references to it throughout my presentation to support our opposition to this Flying Horse North development. Don't get me wrong, we are certainly not opposed to development, but we strongly believe that development must comply with the guidance provided in the master plan. My presentation will focus on where the sketch plan violates the master plan, and I will conclude with a slide that has the 11 criteria for approval of the sketch plan. I will highlight where the developer has passed, failed, or is questionable in meeting those criteria. I will be focusing on 3 main topics: place types, key area, and implementation. I think that's in the wrong spot. Well, I'll just go with it. The yellow highlighted area of this chart, which is directly from the master plan, depicts the county areas designated large lot residential. Note that Black Forest is squarely in the designated large lot residential place type. As we've already heard, the primary land use for large lot residential has been discussed, and I will be speaking to the secondary land uses of large lot residential later in my presentation. This graphic denotes the boundaries of Black Forest, and you can see that the proposed development is completely within the boundaries. Also note that Black Forest is not limited to forested areas. It includes thousands of acres of developed grasslands that add to the unique character and the rural quality of this area. Black Forest is within the forested area, which is designated as a key area of the county. Key area is worth repeating, and quoting from the master plan, Black Forest is a community with one of the strongest and most well-developed characters in El Paso County. This area is developed around protecting the forest and preserving its rural quality. The county should maintain and expand the large lot residential place type in this area in a development pattern that matches the existing character of the developed Black Forest community. The gray area on this graphic is the proposed development. As you look around it, you can see that all 7 existing developed Black Forest communities on its border are large lot residential place types with average density ranging from approximately 3.5 acres per lot to 7.3 acres per lot. Clearly, the proposed density of 1 lot per acre does not match the existing character of the surrounding developed communities. As we talk about the commercial uses within the large lot residential place type, the master plan states commercial uses are minimal in this place type with a small-scale standalone business located on major roadway. The intent is clear that commercial uses in this place type are to be focused on the general needs of the surrounding communities. The commercial area in the northeast corner of the proposed development clearly meets this place type's commercial uses guidelines. It's small scale. It's 9.1 acres. And if built out, as the proposal suggests, it would be of value, not only to those in the community, but those located outside of the community as well, because it's located at an intersection of Hodgins and Black Forest roads, both major roadways. Unfortunately, on the flip side, the other proposed commercial areas encircled in red on this graphic would consist of a golf clubhouse with an adjoining restaurant, a 225-room luxury hotel with 50 golf casitas and flats, and a private amenity club and/or hotel clubhouse. This large-scale 59-acre commercial area clearly violates the large lot residential commercial uses guidelines, as it is not small scale, does not provide services that meet the general needs of the surrounding communities, and is not on major roadways. One planning commissioner stated at their hearing on November 3rd, which I was at, to plunk something in the middle, that is not consistent. That is not fine. Developing a large-scale 59-acre commercial zone in this area would result in the removal of vast quantities of trees. That does not protect the forest. Ponderosa pines are great for carbon sequestration, so it's important that we keep the forest healthy and thriving. Thinning is important, but massive deforestation, especially when it is replaced with impermeable surfaces, will cause harm to the immediate area and beyond. The natural die-off and new growth needs to be sustained as fully as possible. Hotel security lighting would contribute light pollution and the amount of traffic to and from these facilities. This commercial facility will destroy the existing rural quality of the area. Master plan identifies tourism commercial as a land use category. We all understand that. However, the large lot residential does not identify tourism commercial as a recommended land use for this place type. Therefore, the tourism commercial use proposed within this sketch plan is not consistent with the recommended land uses of this place type. The master plan's vision for large lot residential did foresee the possibility that there may be development that can supply central water services. In this case, the master plan states, while individual lots may be smaller than 2.5 acres, the overall density, going back to density of the community, must be at least 2.5 acres. Also, there is still the requirement that the new development must be compatible with the character of the existing developed areas. We have demonstrated that the proposed development does not satisfy these requirements. Chapter 14 of the master plan, entitled Implementation, provides other general standards by which developments must be evaluated. These standards are comprised of numerous goals, strategies, and objectives for specific elements of the development. Two that I will focus on are number 1, land use, and number 2, housing and communities. Goal 1 of land use is to ensure compatibility with established character and infrastructure capacity. We have shown that the proposed development is contrary to the established character of the surrounding developed communities. Further, the developer recognizes that an entirely new municipal level water and sanitation system must be created to satisfy the needs of the proposed development. Goal 3 encourages a range of development types to support a variety of land uses with a stated objective that development should be consistent with the allowable land uses set forth in place types. Again, we have demonstrated that the proposed development violates all the allowed land uses of a large lot residential place type, which is the designated place type of this area. Goal 2 of housing and communities is to preserve the character of rural and environmentally sensitive areas, with one of the strategies to maintain existing and expand large lot residential place type in Black Forest, North Central area in a development pattern that matches existing character of the developed Black Forest community. Again, we have demonstrated that the proposed development ignores this strategy. Another strategy under this goal is to carefully plan the Black Forest North Central large lot priority area to ensure preservation of natural resources. The proposal to create a 59-acre commercial zone would result in the deforestation of those 59 acres. Clearly, the proposed development fails to take this strategy into account. Goal 2, Objective 1 states, while large expanses of undeveloped land exist throughout the county, development should be prioritized elsewhere to efficiently utilize and extend existing infrastructure, conserve water resources, and strengthen established neighborhoods. The proposed development violates this objective in that a completely new municipal level water level and sanitation system must be created to meet these development needs. And finally, Objective 6 of Goal 2 charges the county to carefully analyze each development proposal for their location, compatibility with the natural environment, and cohesion with the existing character. We have clearly shown that this proposal pays no heed to this objective. The master plan provides guidance for evaluating land use applications. The master plan should be relied upon for guidance when considering land use applications and determining consistency with the plan. There are 12 questions posed in this section, and I just want to focus on 5 of those. The answer to the first question is yes. The proposed location is within the Black Forest area. However, the proposed use will severely damage, perhaps irrevocably, the uniqueness and character of this key area, including but not limited to deforestation and destruction of wildlife habitats. The answer to the next question is no. The proposal represents a significant departure from the master plan, as this area is designated minimal change developed. This proposal is a dramatic change to the established character of Black Forest, and it will be destroyed. Proposing suburban level densities where large lot residential is designated is not consistent with the designated level of change. Next 3, and then I'll begin to wrap up. The answer to the next question is no. The proposal violates both the primary and secondary uses of this place type. Again, the answer to the next question is no. The proposal is in stark contrast with existing character of existing developments. And to the final question, the answer is no. The proposal shows blatant disregard for designated place type, key areas, and land use. As stated earlier, these questions are used as an evaluation tool and decision-making guide that help determine land use, compatibility, and overall appropriateness and desirability of the proposed development. That being the case, we have provided the facts that based on this evaluation guidance, you must deny this proposal. The criteria for approval of this sketch plan is clear. I won't belabor all of them, but we feel that there are certainly criteria that should carry more weight in your decision than others. In A, it fails. In C, it fails. In I, it fails. And in K, it fails. In conclusion, we need to stick to the master plan, which is the product of a collective effort between the county staff and elected and appointed officials, Master Plan Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, you, the Board of County Commissioners, and most importantly, the residents of El Paso County. I ask you, what is the purpose of having a master plan if we don't abide by it? With all due respect, commissioners, we feel confident we have provided you with ample justification and the facts to deny this sketch plan and beseech you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions at this point from the commissioners for Ms. Correa? You jumped the gun and moved up the stairs.
Questions?
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next one that is signed up here, and I may mispronounce your last name, so I apologize in advance, but it's Matthew Grubesic. Wow, I wasn't even close, sorry.
That's all right. Thanks, Dan.
All right, and
Yeah.
you have 9 minutes, it
Yeah, I
looks like.
probably won't use it in regards to the redundancy issue. So a lot of
Certainly.
things have been covered that I was just gonna chat on. So let's have at it.
Let's have at it.
Okay. So I'm not sure if any of you are truly aware of the history of the Shamrock Ranch legacy. The Wismers owned this property and sold a section of this ranch to Doug and that small group at the time based on the Black Forest Preservation Plan, that they would commit to 5-acre lots, and that was it. And somehow in, 21, the Black Forest Preservation Plan was removed from the master plan because a new master plan was instilled. So who voted on that? Because there was no public hearing. I saw no record of that. How was the actual preservation plan taken out of the mix, if you will? Because that's kind of important. We wouldn't be here at this point because it wouldn't have been allowed for this rezoning slash, what do you call it? What are we looking at today? The sketch plan. It's kind of confusing. Some people helped me clarify that. But anyhow, that's one of my relevant questions. Who removed that from the county's master plan? And why was a new one, why did a new one evolve? Is there any reason, can anyone ask that question?
Yes, well, what I'd like you to do is continue through your testimony.
Okay.
We have that question, and we'll ask maybe Mr. Maston to respond to that in a little bit.
Okay. So it seems like, 2.5 acre lots. Now we're looking at high density development with commercial, et cetera, once again, the redundancy. But, and I quote, this is from staff, the county recently approved the new master plan, which replaced all previous sub-area plans and previous plans. For example, the Black Forest Preservation Plan is no longer a guiding document, and therefore the new county master plan shall guide the decision-making process for this project. This section of the LOI demonstrates compliance with many terms identified in the plan. So it almost seems like this master plan was somewhat built in support of some of these ideas. So now on the water issue. I'm on a well, been in El Paso County for 20 years, raised our family there. My analysis of the water concern is as follows. This will literally put a drain on resources. We have seen the articles on the bodies being found in Lake Mead due to the dwindling water levels. I believe Colorado Springs gets 70% of the water from the Colorado River. And please correct me if I'm wrong. The Colorado River is drying up as well as the West. Not a discussion at the macro level or locally about this fact. We got water issues. The aquifers in this area have to be recharged in order to allow for our existing wells' sustainability. Drilling 2 wells into these aquifers is proposed by the Cherokee Metro District to possibly meet the demands of this high-density proposal is extremely detrimental to that sustainability and the recharging of our aquifers. Is this a proposal an infringement on our property rights as current residents? The founding fathers believed property rights were just as important as human rights, and so do we. That issue needs to be addressed as well, just not the developer's property rights. The applicant is making the case that buffers and setbacks will justify their proposal for high-density housing in the proximity to the Black Forest area. Are you all satisfied with that assumption? How high are the buffers? Are the buffers going to be vacant 5-acre lots until somebody builds a house? Will the buffer and the hotel block the existing property owners' views of the landscape? Families bought here at that time when low-density housing was the development. And that was reflected on the plat when they were choosing their lots. Thank goodness the county's master plan, which states new developments must be compatible with existing development. This catch ban is not compatible with that development. We all bought land in this part of El Paso County for the open space, clean air, limited traffic, wildlife, and the concept of rural living and the quality of life. When you experience rural living, it becomes a part of your life, and you do not want that taken from you. This proposal will take that from us. This will have a snowball effect on the existing properties adjacent to Flying Horse North. If a sketch plan is approved today, this will lead to rezoning, and if approved, that sets precedent for additional high-density housing and commercial on the surrounding tracts of land. Why would any of these property owners want to stay? They're going to sell and subdivide and leave if this goes through. We are all quite aware of the negative impacts occurs to a city when development is based on failed policies like Denver. We don't want to be like Denver. Crime rates in Colorado Springs and in the county have doubled. The congestion is getting as bad as Denver, and the resources that are not in place to manage the high-density developments that are being approved. That is ruining our quality of life that we have become accustomed to. And a vote today in favor of this sketch plan on your behalf will support those failed policies. This is a bad decision if approved. There will be more blacktop than black dirt, more rooftops than trees. The developer states that this development is logical and compatible with the 2021 master plan. Please, there is nothing logical or compatible about this. Northern El Paso County and the Black Forest needs to be protected and preserved. This is the Front Range of the Rockies. Now that statement is logical and compatible. I am aware that today's agenda is for sketch plan approval only, but decided to speak for the record about the legitimate concerns of this project in case it moves forward and my schedule conflicts with more future public meetings. So thank you. I hope you all take it into consideration.
Great, thank you. And to your question about the master plan, if maybe I could ask Kevin to come forward and provide a little bit of an answer. I'll start this off, and I'll let Kevin
Any other questions?
finish it. Are there any other questions? Okay, great. So we did have a whole lot of local plans. Many of them had not been updated for quite some time, and it was part of our planning department's concept, which I accepted. I thought it was a great concept to build a county-wide master plan because of the size that we are, getting that large. It started to become important to do a lot more about integrating the county as a whole as far as overall planning. And to your point about whether or not there was public input, there was actually quite a lot. There were several boards that members of the public, some people that have concerns about development and some people that are developers. It was a mix of all different kinds of folks were involved in that process. So what I'd like to do is ask Kevin if you could come forward and...
Wasn't that during COVID? So a lot of people, all they could do was call in. It wasn't where we were able to come in like this. Is that correct?
I think it was a mix of the two, but let me ask Kevin to come up and respond to that.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kevin Maston, Interim Director of Planning and Community Development. Unfortunately, I was not here when the master plan was completed, but I did have conversations with the previous director because I have been asked this question as a result of the meeting we had in Chipeta Park. Residents there asked what happened to their plan. And the response that I got was that due to the multiple plans that we do have here in the county, that the intent of the master plan was to absorb all those and use those to help guide the master plan. Now, as far as if there was anything specific in each of the individual plans, for example, the Black Forest Preservation Plan, how decisions were made to use that information and incorporate that into the master plan, I am not able to answer that question. I was just told that all of those were considered when developing the master plan. It was my understanding that the intent of each of those external documents were included in the master plan. I know that's probably not an adequate answer for what is being asked for, but that's what I know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I can say that I actually sought out people that were not in the real estate industry, that are not in the development industry, and asked if they would be willing to serve on those citizen boards. People whose insight that I respected because they're professionals in whatever their own field was. And we got several of those folks on these boards, and they were part of the deliberation process. And you, Kevin, you may or may not recall this specifically, but I know many of those area master plans were 20 years older or even much older than that. And they were, I think they were beginning to suffer from really not even being compatible with what was even happening in the county anymore. So.
That's correct, sir. And it's my understanding that I was told that a lot of those had not been updated in a very long time and did not represent current status of the communities that they were intended to assist.
Thank you very much. So that may or may not sufficiently answer that question that you had, but we took a shot at trying to answer it. Now, we've gone through the list of people that are specifically signed up, but some of you might not have signed up yet and still wish to testify, or you might not have yielded your time. So I imagine there's probably at least a few of you that wish to still come forward and speak for 3 minutes. So I'd like to go ahead and open the floor for anybody that would like to do that at this time. Please come on down. And if you haven't already signed in, please do so, and then we'll give you your 3 minutes to speak. And if I could see by a show of hands, are there others that would like to speak as well? So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we've got half a dozen or maybe a little more.
Okay, my name's Chris Taylor. Thank you all for what you're doing here. Thank you for listening. I have to say, and I don't have any prepared remarks, so I will go for my 3 minutes and that's it. I feel like I've been dropped into an episode of Yellowstone where the developer is coming in and trying to change the character and the existing, I've only taken notes in here, change the existing and established character of Black Forest. We heard this is not a bait and switch. We heard that it's not a big deal. And I believe from what I've heard here, it seems like that's the case. But I have 2 questions. Mr. Stoka brought up traffic. And I wondered if any of you have been on Black Forest Road when Edith Wolford School is either starting or being let out. That is a traffic nightmare. A lot of traffic there. It will only increase if you approve this high-density housing to come in. The second question I have is why, if this was approved large lot residential, why is a commercial hotel / casitas, et cetera, why is that even being considered? So those are my 2 comments. And do you have any questions for me or any comments for me?
Great. Are there any questions for the? Okay. Thank you. I think we're good, but thank you for coming down and testifying. I saw several other hands, so if you could please make your way down and come and sign in. I know I saw other hands. Oh, there's at least one there. And for the others that may have raised your hand, if you might be willing to come on down and maybe sit in the front row there and just kind of be ready. Thank you.
So my name is Peter Zeke. We own 35 acres just on the other side of Hodgen Road, across from Sundance Ranch, and we raise alpacas. So there were a lot of presentations that I thought were really excellent in terms of their detail. I haven't seen anything in any of the presentations that really talk about the impact of education. Schools are not covered at all in this. We certainly have the issue with the roads. Hodgen Road is getting very busy. And we live right next to it. And I worry about having to expand that and Black Forest Road and 83 with all the additional people. And as everybody has already said, this definitely does not fit with the original intent of the master plan, large lot rural. You're basically creating a small city area within the Black Forest. And from there, we'll lose the Black Forest. It will no longer be the kind of place that we all bought into when we moved out there. So that's about all I've got. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you, sir. I saw some folks come on down. If maybe one of you could come up and sign in at this point.
Hi, I've already signed in. My name is Margene Horn. I've lived here for
over 33 years. I've had horses and donkeys and dogs and cats, and it's a really beautiful place to live. And I wish that each one of you would take some time to spend time up in the woods. Check out these trees. Most of the trees on our properties are very old, hundreds of years old. We cannot replace these once they're taken down. Due to all the development in my house, I consistently have flooding problems. I've lost some of my animals, my 37-year-old Arabian horse, due to the development. My horse is an Arabian. She's very emotional. She died because of all the development. She died because she couldn't handle these large pieces of equipment moving the dirt around. These animals will not produce and will not live the way they're used to with all the additional construction around. People have mentioned all of the blacktop, the extra houses. All of this water has to go somewhere. It will not be absorbed into the dirt due to the fact that you're taking it all away. You need to come, spend time at my house. Come and see how all the deer are in my yard, eating my garden and my trees and my plants, because there's no place else for any of this to go. I'm very angry. I apologize for that. I respect your decisions, and I hope that you really think about the impact that you're going to be performing on all of these people in their homes. I remember when an 18-wheeler was not forbidden, but discouraged from driving through the forest. Nowadays, I can't even get my mail. I have to stand at the end of my driveway and wait and hope that some speeding car coming over the blind hill right by my house will see me. You know, I'm standing at the mailbox. If I turn around and face my mailbox to get my mail out, my butt's in the road. And people, when they look at you on the road, they tend to steer toward what they're looking at. And, you know, that's people they're looking at. Oh, and I've never seen a flying horse. It's like, come on, people.
All right, everybody, please. Thank you.
No, they're laughing at you. You're laughing at what's happening here. We're laughing because we're trying to expend our thoughts. We're angry. We don't appreciate all the work that's been going through all this. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I disagree with what you're doing, and please come and visit me. I'm sorry you let go of your ranch. It sounds like you really miss it, because you're doing that to all these people.
Ma'am, if you could close up your comments, your time's up.
Thank you very much for your time. Stan, have a good day.
All right, thank you. And before we go to anybody else in the room, I've been remiss in just asking if there's anybody online. I think we had someone we have two online. If everybody is willing, let's go listen to the two that are online at this point. If we could bring the first up. Are they both in opposition? Okay. Let's go ahead and let's, if you got them split there, let's, since we had the ones in favor before, let's go ahead and ask for the one in favor to speak at this point, and then we'll go to the other person. Oh, okay, that'll be great. So we'll ask someone else in the room here to come on down. I think there's several of you. Yeah, please come on up and sign in if you haven't already. And we'll just have make a phone call out to the person, one of the folks that was online. Thank you.
I'm signed in. My name is Dan Mishulo. And I'm just going to give you my perspective. I think a lot's been said. Ms. Schechter provided concrete and undeniable testimony with documented support to guide the commissioner's decision. I'm just going to express some random thoughts. This development would be much better suited and probably be well received in Tin Cup, Silverton, or Lake City. To compare Black Forest with urban density and to suggest the sketch plan's urban density is not a drastic and incredibly significant change may just be an insult to residents and the commissioners. The king is not wearing any clothes. It's not very difficult to see. Sometimes we get embroiled in this conversation and we forget, well, if we just go on vacation and came back with a fresh set of eyes and looked at something, it just kind of pops out at you. It's pretty easy to see. Will Black Forest residents be able to freely use all of the open space and trails within the property? Of course not, but the developer promotes this as a benefit to the community, and I thought that was odd. Ms. Williams recused herself. I don't know how we're represented in that situation. I don't understand it at all. But I moved in 2018. The night sky was incredible. Clear, bright stars all around. Then construction south of Old Ranch Road development began, and the stars to the south began to dim. Then approval for a hydroponic greenhouse on Shoup was approved, and the stars to the south became almost non-existent. Now I'm hearing the stars to the north are at risk of dying as well. Where did the pronghorn go? South of Old Ranch Road. I don't know. I haven't seen them for a while. They're at your house? It's taken 9 years for the wildlife to start returning to the forest after the fire in 2013. And it doesn't sound like we're helping them do that. Doesn't sound like we're helping the pronghorn. Yeah, Tin Cup, Silverton, or Lake City. Let's put it there. Any questions for me?
Any questions?
Oh, I had 22 seconds of traffic
You do have
issues.
20 seconds left.
Yeah, so the speed limit on Shoup is 45 miles an hour. Nobody goes 45 miles an hour. I got 2 hills, and getting out is an act of concentration. I am adjacent to Holmes Road, which is already a freeway, okay? It is dangerous to increase traffic on that road. You can't widen it. Nobody respects the speed limit. That's a real problem. The stars and the traffic and, people hitting deer more, that's a problem.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Okay. Do we have someone online at this point? Okay, so let's go ahead and proceed with that person, and hopefully we'll be able to hear him or her just fine.
Okay, so I'm not live. Okay. I'm going to turn off. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to turn off the person that's speaking right now so I can concentrate. Thank you. Okay, you ready for me?
Yes, can you hear us?
Okay. I can, thank you.
Okay, please, we can hear
my
you
name is
fine.
Sis-
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name's Cheryl Cestaire, and I grew up in Colorado Springs, and I'm dating myself, but I am old enough to have witnessed the build out of Briargate, where it went from, the Chapel Hills Mall being the site of the Boy Scout Camping Jamboree to the track homes that it is now. My concern is that there's nothing else left of the beautiful amber waves of grain looking at the Purple Mountain Mantises. I live on Black Forest Road. It took us a very long time to afford to be able to move out here. And we finally did in 2018. When we moved in, the fields south of the trees along Black Forest Road were zoned 2.5 to 5 acre lots. And in the 4 years I've been here, it is now high density. Roads are being replaced, and I don't cross the street to go across Black Forest Road most of the time anymore. And I used to go and walk across on the dirt roads in the neighborhood across the street for months. I am concerned because of our lack of respect for our views, and for what makes our views special isn't necessarily always in the trees, it's the spaces in between. And I'm watching the confused pronghorn that are being taken over and moved out and killed along Black Forest Road. My concern is that this proposal would put high density 4 miles north of me, and none of the traffic reports or the reports that were read addressed what happens when the residents and the hotel guests of that new proposed area would turn out of the drive, go to leave the complex and turn right on Black Forest Road. Because I'm one of the 96 houses along that way. And it's already bad because of the zoning changes south of us. I am not at all adverse to growth. I remember here in the 1980s and 1990s with the recessions and the lack of jobs and the lack of everything was pretty much military or military contractor. And so when that fell apart, the economy fell apart. I remember Briargate and the number of houses that were for sale for years that had been foreclosed upon. And I'm concerned as I watch the prices right now that we're heading in that same direction now, except that we would be taking away pristine, precious land that has trees. There aren't many places in El Paso County that have the unique character with the trees and looking at the mountains. And they're all being taken over very, very quickly. My tax dollars and my parents' tax dollars before mine funded all of these master plans. And I'm wondering as I look around and I follow these developments and the fight against, the current landowners putting up a fight. Are there any developers who have come before the board with a respect for the 2.5 to 5 acre zoning? Because it doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's being rubber stamped. And I'm concerned that, yes, we want to allow people to do what they want with their land. My son has actually been to Worlds in archery a few times, and part of our motivation for moving to Black Forest in county.
Ma'am, I
was
don't
that
mean
he
to
could
interrupt,
train.
but your 3 minutes are up, so if you could maybe just get to, you might not have heard the
Absolutely,
bell,
I'll
but just
finish
kind
it.
of get to a closing statement, please.
I did. My point is there aren't places like this left. They've all been developed and paved over. And I ask that you please stick to the original approved plan with the 2.5 to 5 acre lots and protect this precious area. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, anybody else online at this point? No, okay, so let's come back to folks in the audience here. Sir, did you come down to speak? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there. Okay, yeah, please come on up. And did you sign in already?
I already did, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great.
My name is Greg Wolf, and I've been a resident of the Black Forest for 28 years, where we raised our family. I agree with Commissioner Carey. I don't want to try your last name. I'll leave it at that. I believe in private property rights. I'm a realtor. However, they have to adequately meet the criteria as you suggested. I'm just going to highlight things that no one's talked about yet. Flying Horse already has a hotel on their own property. They have a conference center there, as well as I understand on Facebook it just said that they just added additional rooms. So I don't know why that hotel can't meet individuals' needs. The thing that got my attention was that when they said that the developers representative said that they met the majority of the criteria, and I don't think they reasonably did. One of the big things that caught my attention was when they would trade off the density for open space. I think we have the open space right now just the way it is, and we don't need, the Black Forest residents don't need to trade off that open space for density. No one asked for that extra 20%. So I asked just at this time that you would consider a vote no for approval to this to move on, because I don't believe they met the criteria for approval. And did anyone mention leapfrog zoning in this subdivision? So thanks. I appreciate your time and your energy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there anybody else in the audience that would like to come down and testify in opposition to this proposal? Yes, please, sir, come on down, and please sign in if you have not done so already. Oh, whatever you'd like to do.
Okay. I've already signed in. My name is Scott Riebel. I live in Black Forest, right on Black Forest Road. And Commissioner Geithner, I will attempt to do your last name. I appreciate your standing, and I appreciate you putting out there what your positions are in this thing, and it's important for all of us to understand that. You've heard a lot. Everybody's already covered all the points that I wanted to cover. They've covered the water, they covered the sewage, the density of the house, the traffic issues, the fire protection issues. And during each one of these presentations, there appeared to me to be a recurring theme. And that theme was that the developer, whether intentional or not, had misrepresented their position during each phase of this thing, going all the way back to 2016. And that's disturbing to me. You guys are expected to make decisions based on facts that you have in front of you, and the facts indicate that there has been some misrepresentation, and that would call, for me, it would, if I were in your position, call into question whether or not this was something I would really want to approve or reject. The one thing that really stood out was when I saw a portion of the sales contract that indicated that should Colorado Springs index in the event that Colorado Springs annexed that portion of Flying Horse North, that they would be responsible for providing the water into the area. This was a conditional statement. They said, if this were to be annexed, then we may consider putting in a hotel or additional high-density housing. It appears to me on the surface that this was intentionally misrepresented to the previous boards and is now an issue that you guys are going to have to tackle. I would urge you that if you found anything that was particularly compelling with respect to voting against this, even if it's a single issue, I urge you to send this back to the drawing board and have them come forward with the plan that they had initially proposed, the 200 and whatever number, as opposed to the 800. That's a threefold increase in density. I urge you to reject this if you can find anything that would cause you to question. I'll shut up.
Thank you for your testimony. I did see someone else come down that, well, actually, I think there's two folks. So please come on up. Did you sign in already?
Nope, I wasn't sure. I could not cry about it, but I'm here.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure to thank each one of you for the time and energy that you put into our county, whether you're from here, whether you've moved here. And that goes for everyone else. I almost want to move this and talk to all y'all too, but I don't think you even said my name. My name is Rebecca Hohag. I'm 33. I've lived in Black Forest. I went to Edith Wolford. And I want to thank you guys, you developers, you creators. You have families, you have values. I appreciate you acknowledging our needs. And I've come to terms with the fact that in 200 years, maybe the West will develop in a smarter way, but it's not going to happen in my lifetime where it's going to be the way that I want it and check all my boxes. But I ask you to please think long term, what the West will look like. And I ask for your integrity and your discernment from the bottom of your boots. Each one of y'all, wherever you are in this room, we've got a long race. And this has been a long day, but we've got a lot ahead of us. I hope Black Forest is beautiful if I have kids. And for all of your families too. All right, yeah, there you go. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. By the way, just thank you for the positive side, the enthusiasm there, and your expression of grace, because this is a hard decision. There's a lot of people here, a lot of passion in this decision, and you know, no matter where this goes, there's going to be probably somebody unhappy, right? So, but it's these hard decisions we have to make. So just I just want to thank you for the grace that you just expressed.
And I cry when I'm angry, so thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello there, and have you signed in? And now you will.
Council, all due respect, and congratulations for the commissioners that were just reelected. My name is Tom Martin, and I live in Chipeta Park, Colorado. And although this might not be my direct bite, it is the county in which I've lived in for over 50 years. I'm finding some very similarities to Black Forest and Chipeta Park battles, and they're all to do with land use. We're very grateful to have a great county. It's obvious that the commissioners are trying to do the right thing. We all respect you. I find some similarities in the fact that Black Forest and Chipeta Park are very similar in the fact that we both feel very underrepresented with the new master plan. That it doesn't call on the unique characteristics of the areas, and the areas can never be replaced or repaired once they're changed. The other thing that I really see that's really important that I need to tell the Planning Commission and the commissioners is that I see conditional approval of land uses, and I see rezones also in El Paso County. And that is fine, but what I'm seeing is that they're done without total solidarity of water sources and wastewater usage. I can think of 2 of the projects in Chipeta Park that have been approved in the last 2 or 3 years that you have given either rezones or conditional uses under the condition that they comply with a state or a county regulation. And what happens is they go ahead and do what the land use says, but then they never comply with your conditional use or your rezone. It ends up being in the county attorney's office, and it stays there. So if I could just say one thing that would really maybe change the future is before you do any of these land use decisions, make sure that you have a solidified water source and wastewater plan for each one of these projects. If that needs to be put into the planning in advance as part of their checklist, but giving these approvals and then they collapse on you later is not good for the county or the citizens thereof. Thank you for your time. With all due respect.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. I think I did see one other person come on down. Please come on down. And have you signed in already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Live in Black Forest. My name's Thank you.
All right, please proceed.
Yep, Cliff Goodnight, live in Black Forest, and a few things to say. I want to personally apologize for any comments, derogatory comments toward the commission, because that's not what you guys are here for. Secondly, although it's not a popular decision for Ms. Williams to recluse herself, shows the integrity of her and the council, so I appreciate her upholding that decision. And living in Black Forest, it's a great area, as you've heard tonight. And standing in front of my neighbors, I've never had a conversation with one of them, and that's 15,000, a couple of hundred here representing that entire neighborhood. Not once have I ever heard said, this is a great place. What it needs is a 250-room hotel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody else that wishes to testify in opposition that is in the audience at this time that has not otherwise already testified or has yielded their time? All right, now just ask one last time, is there anybody online? No? Okay. So I don't think we have anybody else to testify in opposition. So at this point, unless I hear something from one of my commissioners needing a quick break, as is normal for our procedures, we allow the applicant an opportunity to provide rebuttal.
Good evening. Doug Stemple again, CEO of Classic Homes. These are tough issues. Growth, transition, they're never easy. I would like to commend the neighbors. The way they conducted themselves, with maybe one exception tonight, is how they've been conducting themselves throughout. They're organized, they're thoughtful. It's good discussion. Reasonable people can disagree, and we can disagree reasonably. But I want to address a couple of the comments that were directed at our team and our staff, and set that record straight, and then allow Phil to wrap it up. You know, we have been doing business in this town for 30 years, 33 years to be exact. One thing that I've been very proud of is never has someone gone on the record and said, they told us one thing and did another, until tonight. You know, change happens. In 1999, we bought 1,000 acres known as High Forest Ranch. It abuts this property. The lady who said, do any developers ever recognize the master plan? Yeah. We developed 200 units on 1,000 acres. There were 5 acres. I would submit it was the nicest development ever done in the county. Incredibly well received by the market, and we're proud of that development. Fast forward to 2005, we bought ground 400 acres that was in the old Fox Run area. We annexed it into the town of Monument because there was a need for housing. There was a need for development to occur. It got annexed into Monument. It's now known as Sanctuary Point. It has virtually no lots left. It's in the Black Forest. The lots are significantly smaller than anything proposed for Flying Horse North. And it's voted one of the best communities in our county year in and year out. It's beautiful. It feels like Colorado. You can have trees, views, trails, open space, and something that's a little more affordable. And Sanctuary is by no means a terribly affordable community, but that change from 5-acre lots to smaller lots was from 2000 to 2006. We bought Flying Horse North. We put forth a plan in all good faith, 283 units and a golf course. People said, well, I want what I was promised. Well, what we told them was, we're not sure we can do the golf course, but if we can, we will. But if we don't, we'll keep it as open space. We got that approved in 2016. By then, the world's changed. Other influences are coming to bear. The city's talking to us about annexation. We're talking about how else can we look at development. We did no bait and switch. We put forth a plan that was what we expected. It was approved. The one real highlight for me tonight, and I wrote it down because it's important, is Mr. Stoika said city growth is inevitable and we have to accept that. I'm going to hold you to that, Terry, because you've never supported a single thing we've ever done, including High Forest Ranch, including Flying Horse North Phase 1. Now it's the greatest plan in the world. But everybody here, unless they're new, they opposed it. If we only built in communities where they invited us in, we'd never build. That's the reality of being an evil developer. You have to look out into the future. You have to try and anticipate. You make very significant decisions and investments. And yes, we care deeply, deeply about this community. And we've shown that time and time again through the years. To suggest that in 2016, when we got our PUD, that we had any idea that we were going to be coming back in and proposing something different is disingenuous and wrong. It's 2018 by the time we get our first plat for 81 lots done. Sure, did we start taking reservations for them in 2017? You bet. Once you get your PUD zoning, you anticipate that. So we started taking reservations, and we're pretty amazed at the response. By 2018, by the time we're going to put those lots on the ground, we've now had some of these discussions. We've now had some of the discussions with the city. We've had some of the discussions with the county. We knew the county was going to undergo a new master plan process. A lot of people donated a lot of time, including myself, to that process. It was very public. There was over 8,000 hours donated to it. And the notion was, let's take all these small area plans that not only were they outdated, they overlapped. The Black Forest Small Area Plan conflicted with the Falcon Small Area Plan in terms of whose geography is this? Who controls? That process was a good one. It was a thoughtful one. People participated in it at length. And this area gets identified as an area change. It gets identified as a potential annexation area. Phil's going to wrap it up by going through it. But at the end of the day, this really comes down to a decision about which of those criteria control, what's appropriate for our long-term health. And I'm not going to say the neighbors didn't ring the bell on some points. They absolutely did. So did we. And I think that this is a balancing act. The number of units being proposed is not some high level of dense project. It is a hotel site appropriate in this master plan, in this sketch plan. Well, that's ultimately the decision. You've heard both sides of the argument. And what I really wanted to do was address tonight that reasonable people can disagree reasonably, and there was no game. There was no shell game. In fact, I'd submit we're the only development company I know that would have gone to people that were under contract, who were ready to give us their money, and said, hey, we don't have any idea, but you need to know we're having these conversations. And then let them decide if they want to close. So far from being bait and switch and a con, that's really important for me to clarify. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions at this point? Yes, Commissioner Guy.
I do, and whoever can answer it. There have been a couple of comments about deforestation, and I just wonder if you would speak to that in terms of how much deforestation you think will occur.
Yeah, go ahead. Bill.
So as part of my slides, if you remember, I showed about 25% of the property here was in forested areas. We are doing 2.5 acre lots in that forested areas, just like Cathedral Pines, just like High Forest Ranch and all those others. It'll be the same disturbance, to answer your question, which is basically you put some roads in, there is clearance for the roads and utilities, and the rest is left. Now, when you go to build a house, certainly there's some removal of trees there. It's no different than what's been being done throughout the entire Black Forest region. We're meeting the exact same thing. We're doing the same thing. Does that answer your question? Is there any other questions?
I do have several questions, but let you provide your rebuttal first.
Yeah, and this will be brief. Obviously, we're getting late here, and we're going to just be very concise. And you may want us to talk about certain things or have questions for us later, so we're going to be brief. The representative from Cathedral Pines did a great presentation, right? One of the best I've seen in my 28 years of doing this. She went through and focused on those review criteria. And out of those 11, she said there's 4 that we fail. So I'm going to focus on those because I think what we're saying is the rest of them we meet is what they're saying. We feel we meet all of them. But then those 4, I want to address those 4 items. The first one was K. That has to do with, and I'll just go down through the list. Topo. We respected the topo, we respected the drainage ways. We did that in the master plan. Great care was taken. Soils is the next thing. They're all developable. The small percentage that are not, we have an open space. We're not building on them. We have no geological hazards, no mineral resources. There's no floodplain. Well, I guess with the exception of there's one little corner piece, a little bit of floodplain that touches this property, and we have it in open space. There's, of course, no airplane flight overlays and such. So we do meet that criteria. We're respecting all of those natural features. That one also talks about natural resources. The forested areas, Ms. Geithner, you just asked about that. We're respecting those as much as anybody else is in the Black Forest. The major drainage ways, we put 30% open space in this project, and those major drainage ways are within there. We respected the landforms. There are no threatened and endangered species on this property. The study that has been submitted demonstrates that. So for I, we checked that box as well. C has to do with the compatibility. I think it's fair to say that that's a little questionable. We both have 2 sides of the story on that one. We realize that the smaller lots are not 100% compatible with the Black Forest area. Therefore, we put 5-acre lots around the entire perimeter. Then we transitioned into 2.5-acre lots next to Cathedral Pines. We have 2.5-acre lots next to their 2.5-acre lots. We've taken those precautions knowing that some of our smaller lots are not 100% compatible. We've taken steps to take care of that. And then the last one, the master plan. Like I started out, you know, I've done comp plans, I've done master plans for cities, municipalities in my career. And I've written these. When you write them generally, and you put out all kinds of vision, all kinds of big level, high level ideas. Like I said, there's no way for any project to meet all of the items in this 182-page document. However, we feel we met the intent of it, and that's what it boils down to. We met the intent of so many items in there. Are there a couple items we don't meet? Absolutely, we can admit that. There's some items we don't meet, but overall, we meet the intent of the master plan. With that, we'll conclude our comments, and we'll be obviously here if you have any other further questions for us.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the way you do have the 5 acres. That's something that's come up many times in my 5.5 years, almost 6 years. I don't think I heard of a specific statement though on the hotel. So how does the hotel meet the intent of the master plan and conformity to the area?
Like I mentioned, it's in the tourism section. Your master plan goes through all kinds of tourism items asking for hotels, conference centers, resorts like that. Now, obviously, people don't like the location that we're proposing this, right? They're saying it's the middle of Black Forest. We're in the middle of the Black Forest region. We understand that. But this hotel is going to bring tourism. It's certainly going to bring lots of revenue to El Paso County and all the other entities in the area. We're going to design this so that fits well into the forested areas. It's right on the edge of that forested areas. That means we can make it lower profile. We can have nice architecture that fits into the forested areas. There's all kinds of things we can do. The thing is, at master plan, that's not when you do those things. You do that at preliminary plan and PUD and zoning, which is our next step. So the last thing I will say, unless you guys have other questions about that, is we ask that we can get to that next step and work with your staff, work with Plan Commission, work with you all to get to a project that you're very happy with. And most of those details happen in the next step, not at this time. So we ask for your approval of this sketch plan to be able to get to those steps.
Okay, great. I do have some questions, but I'll reserve those for any other questions that anyone may have. Yes, Commissioner Geithner.
I do, and I might be opening a can of worms, but I'm going to do it. So one of the things that I've heard a lot about, and I am so glad to see so many people here. I love to see people involved in this process, but one of the consequences of that is that I hear a lot of things during testimony that triggers for me that this process is not fully understood. And it's a complicated one. I've been here almost 2 years. I still learn new things all the time. I ask a lot of questions. And so one of the things that I heard a few times is about annexation. And I want to point out for clarity, because this has come here in front of this board a lot of times, we don't choose about annexation. And I want to be clear that generally the city annexes when property owners request to be annexed. And so I'm going to ask that if this is not approved here, and we know this is an area of interest, and maybe the water may or may not be there at this point, is there a possibility that you could move forward with a request to annexation in the city? And at that point, you could choose whatever density you want. We would not have,
Sure.
it would be a different situation.
Yeah, and I better let the developer answer that question. That is a can of worms, as you mentioned.
I just want to, if that is a possibility, for the benefit of everyone who's talked about annexation, this is not something, magical out there that the city decides they want to annex you and decides what you're going to build. But I'm just saying, is it a possibility that if you're not able to do this, that the city could annex it, you could ask to be annexed, and that the densities could be greater?
That is true conceptually. As we sit here today, the answer is no. There is no path forward in the city today because of their water constraints that they have in their agreement with Pueblo. They cannot serve any water over the divide. So today the answer is no. Do I think it'll be that way forever? I doubt it. That's unfortunately, Commissioner, that's just
No, that's okay. I said it was.
answer I can give
I knew it was a can of worms, but I wanted to at least put that out there. That as we're talking about that is a possibility that could happen down the road for folks, and that they're not out of. This is a pun that I didn't mean to say, but you're not out of the woods, regardless of what happens here today, because we do, there are other forces with the city, and the city is moving outward in at some speed, maybe not as quickly in this area, but I just wanted to establish that is a future possibility for folks in this area.
Just one final comment on that item is that, like we pointed out, your master plan does show it, but also the city's annexation policy and their plan also obviously shows this property as potential annexation as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. And some of this may be for the developer, but also might be for staff. So the first question that I have is relating to this concept of commercial development within this area. So I need a refresher on what the master plan says in this area. Is there a certain percentage above which you should not go past for commercial? And I vaguely recall that there is. Or what does the master plan actually say about how much commercial area could be involved in this process?
Sorry, I'm trying to scroll to it and
Yeah, no worries. Well, okay. So Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned to me regular commercial or tourism commercial. And the reason why I mention it is it's kind of a follow-on to Christy Correa's testimony, where there was no objection placed on the small commercial activity proposed that's in the northeast corner, which I'm sure would be services being provided to everybody that lives in the area. This is really the hotel, the commercial. So I guess you could call it tourism commercial.
So I don't believe that the master plan outlines specific percentages or a specific amount. It just identifies commercial retail and commercial services as limited supporting uses, which I would say that you could use your discretion on what constitutes the percentage or where it might be needed to service the community. In the matrix, in the master plan, it's in the land use matrix. It's just a specific column that says tourism commercial, and it doesn't identify it as a supporting or a primary land use in large lot residential.
Okay, thank you. And then a little bit more about the hotel. It was stated in Christie's testimony that the hotel would produce extensive deforestation, and I just don't know if that's true or not. So can we talk about that? Or I don't know if, I guess extensive is a matter of interpretation, but the statement was made.
I can't speak to the specific development of the hotel, but I can say that we did send a comment referral to the Colorado State Forest Service, and they replied with a letter that says they don't have any outstanding objections, but they do acknowledge that there may be certain trees in the area that they might be concerned about.
Okay.
You could pull up my presentation. I think I'll go to the slide that, because your question is about tree preservation around the hotel, correct?
Yeah, it's the, to be fair to it, in the southwest part which is, I think, heavily forested, you're planning on a development that in my mind, maybe some people may disagree, seems to be compatible with retaining that forest there, or predominantly retaining that forest. It's just that this comment was also made with regard to the hotel and deforestation. So that's really the question, is that area.
Okay. So yeah, and address the southwest corner first. Like I said, we're doing the same as Cathedral Pines and High Forest Ranch, the same treatment, right? For the hotel area, let's see if we can get to that slide. And maybe I'll even just use this. And part of it too is, like I was saying earlier, at this stage in the game, we have not, even though that looks like it's finished and finalized, that's just our artistic rendering, right? When we get to plan and zoning, at that time, we actually look at the exact building footprint, the parking, the access drives, which is when we really are able to look at what trees we can preserve and what we can't. Honestly, it's a little too early to tell. I can't give you that exact answer until we get to that point. I can tell you the developer is committed to being as sensitive to the trees as possible, and we will do that. And that's what I was saying earlier. If the sketch plan's approved, we will come back. We will provide all those details and work with your staff, or the Plan Commission and you, to make sure we preserve as many as possible. So that's in the next step, not this step.
Okay, thank you. My next one is on water, and I know that water is not a final decision for today, but there is in part of the criteria kind of just a general understanding that the potential for water accessibility and quality is there. We've mentioned, or it has been mentioned, this letter of intent from one of the water districts, but Mr. Stoka testified that in that letter of intent, they were making the claim that they don't have the water. So I just want to kind of get a follow-on from Mr. Stoka's testimony and get an understanding about the developer's response to that comment.
The response to the comment is that they've expressed interest in providing water and sewer service, and the burden will be on us at future stages to establish that. The city of Colorado Springs does not have enough water to serve all of the annexed property that they have in the city limits today. So the fact that they don't have enough, because if you recall, it was Mr. Schechter actually who brought that up. And if you recall, his comments were that Cherokee does not have enough water today to serve this development at full build out. That was the comment. That's not an unusual comment. So what we have to do every time that we bring in the next stage, if we try to get water sufficiency with the preliminary plan, or we can push it to final plat, we've got to establish to the satisfaction of the county attorney that we have water sufficiency. It has to go through the state, and that will be on the same burden that Cherokee will bear. They'll have to show that they have adequate resources to provide the service. If they don't have the water, they can't provide the service. It's really that simple. So I don't think the fact that it said we don't own enough water to service you at full build out is any different than if you read a CSU will serve letter in the city. It says, we will provide you water and sewer, first come, first served, and if we run out, we run out. It's really the same notion.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, not necessarily specific consideration for today, but should something come forward in the future in the, let's assume for the moment that this does get approved and it does go forward. Let's assume that for the moment. Then in future requests from the developer to this board, there'll have to be a demonstration of sufficiency of water. And we have our requirements, and I'm sure it would be the intent of the members of this board that those water rights, that sufficiency of water would have to be demonstrated. Or
100%. It has to be approved at permitting plan or plat.
And without that, that would restrict the ability of the developer to continue past some particular point or whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
And like I said, just along this lines too, is Cherokee, why they did give us the will serve letter, we do have other options that we were exploring at this time, but pretty viable options as well. And again, that will be worked out when we go to the next step.
Okay, thank you. And then there were certainly a lot of statements made about violating the large lot compatibility. There was, I think, in Christie's testimony, the areas around there are, the lots are in this 3.5 to 7 acre kind of range, and the surrounding the area speaks a little bit to the compatibility as well. I obviously, I think, you know, you've got some intentional design in this concept for this open space on the outside and slowly growing to greater densities in the interior. What is, including all of the space, what does it end up being kind of an aggregate density per house?
Yes, our total, if you look at the entire project, which we like to look at, because at the end of the day, it's one big project. It's a little over 0.6 units per acre. Obviously more dense than some of the surrounding area, right? We're admitting that, which is why we did the 5 acre lots, buffers. I mean, 300 to 400 foot buffers on the perimeter. I've never, ever seen a project do something like that. So we are doing those things because of knowing that we are more dense than the surrounding area. And why we also did the 5 acre lots and 2.5 acre lots.
Okay, great. I think those are all my questions, and I'll just ask my fellow commissioners before we close this testimony from the public and bring it up to the dais. Are there any questions that any of the commissioners have for the developer or for staff? You have some questions? Yeah. Okay, would you like to go ahead and ask those now? Yeah, let's go ahead and get those asked.
I have one more for the developer
Yeah.
before
I'm
they
sorry.
sit down.
For staff, Lynn.
Now, my apologies, I didn't know.
Because it was brought up several times and it's one of our criteria for approval, or one of our things to consider, fire protection. And these residents know more than many in our county how important and significant that is for us to look at big picture wise. I saw in the upper corner of one of the renderings a proposed fire station. Can you tell us how far along in the works that is? Is it just, is it conceptual that given the density you'd like to put one there? Are there conversations with a particular fire district, fire chief? How far are we in that? Is it a logistical reality?
It's conceptual at this point, but we've had, I think, at least 3 conversations with them talking about that site. So we're in pretty serious conversations, I would say, but nothing's solidified. The developer has committed to doing that. If they want a fire station there, we're going to work out the deal and they will get a fire station at that location.
Thank you. And actually, I appreciate Commissioner Bremer's question because there was also a mention of schools. So that's another consideration. I don't know if this size of development triggers another maybe elementary school or something, but
Well, both school districts, 20 and 38, replied and said they did not want a school site. They just wanted fee in lieu. So both school districts have already provided that answer.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
That they do not want sites. They just want fee in lieu instead of any property. Both school
okay.
districts had already stated that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Yes, Commissioner Geithner.
Since that came up, because that's one of the things I want to address as well. And again, I'm glad that we have so many people here, and so not everyone may be familiar with this process. So I want to just explain a little bit. So when we talk about the schools needing new sites, Colorado has something that's unique, which is that when developments come in, oftentimes there's land set aside for a school site to build on. A lot of people are not super familiar with that, but in this case, it says, to say that the district is requesting fee in lieu of just means they're saying, hey, we don't need the land for more. And there's a formula that determines how much money and fees. I'm not going to call it an impact fee exactly, but it's along those lines of trying to understand that it's related to the size of the development.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate those comments. Okay, so are there any more questions for the developer at this point, just to make sure? Okay, thank you. It sounds like we've got some questions for staff. So Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So yeah, because we've gone back and forth on tourism, and we clearly as a county want to promote tourism, but I'm trying to stick to the data and the master plan. So back to the original, I believe it was stated, but I want to reconfirm. So the hotel is classified as tourism commercial. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then in our backup information, staff analysis is the tourism commercial use that is proposed with the sketch plan is not consistent with the recommended land uses in the place type.
That would be a correct assessment. It's not identified as a recommended land use in the large lot residential place type.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, were there any other questions? No, okay, very good. Yes, Commissioner.
I'm going to go outside normal boundaries a little bit here too and follow on to Commissioner Gonzalez's question, because it's kind of been going through my mind here as well. I am curious whether we saw it happen actually already in our earlier land use item, and I don't want to tie them together too much because they're, first of all, two very different issues, and secondly, two different actual procedures and criteria that this board considers. But I am curious whether the applicant in this case has considered any alternatives that are amenable. I know you've been working for a long time with the neighbors and the neighborhood group, but I'd love to hear from you what you feel like the give and take has been up to this point. And actually, I mean, let me back up from that. I'm wondering whether before a motion is made, whether it's clearly what is a straight up approval or denial that we're presented with today, or whether there are conditions or pieces or parcels of it that could be open to negotiation, and if we can go from there.
And I'd like to add to that, if that's okay, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
because I too wanted to bring that up during discussions, whether anybody and the people would be, or developers would be open to, increased density, but without the hotel, because I think there might be some middle ground. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, before we get to those further into those specific deliberations, I did actually recall one additional question I had for the developer, and it was a comment that was made by one of the citizens, and I'd just like you to comment to this. It was a comment in relationship to the original sale of the land, where there was a condition of 5-acre lots from the seller, the ranch owner at that time. Was there a commitment made, or was there some kind of an agreement, or did anything exist with regard to that? And I'm just interested in knowing if there's any truth in that comment.
The original agreement was negotiated by Jeff Smith, one of my partners, with David Wismer. I'm not going to tell you that I'm 100% comfortable with every provision in there, but to the best of my knowledge, there was no constraint on, there was nothing in there that would have precluded this application. If there were, would expect that Mr. Wismer or his representatives would actually be here.
Okay, thank you. All right, and that was my last question. So what I need to do at this point is officially close this hearing from officially close this hearing for public comment, and that now does come up to us for deliberations. What did you need?
Did they answer?
I felt like they answered my question.
No.
Oh.
They answered.
Commissioner Bremer? Oh, okay, before I close it, you did have a question. Were you?
I'm
you were
actually
asking that, Rob.
gonna defer to our legal team on whether whether the question I asked, what the procedural heading forward needs to be at this point without jeopardizing a fully transparent public hearing on both sides.
Commissioners Lori Seago, at this point, I think I would recommend a brief recess to explore further what your needs are and what other commissioners' needs might be so that we can get those addressed.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment. And actually, that is exactly what I was going to do once I closed the public part of this testimony and brought it up to the dais. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a brief recess so that some of the commissioners can have their deliberations with staff and see if there's any other kinds of proposals that we can offer here. everybody. Let's reconvene, and if you could all take your places, feel free to sit. If you wish to stand, that's fine, but if I could have quiet in the boardroom, please. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'd ask our county attorney, but I want to clarify that only a member of a body can call for a point of order. So that would be one of the Board of County Commissioner members.
Well, if we could, let me just ask the county attorney for procedures at this point.
Mr. Chair, I think the first piece of advice that I would give is if any comments could be made up here at the microphone so that the record captures it. Please. And sir, if you could repeat what you just said.
Yeah, we're wishing to call a point of order in regards to the last comment made by the proposal's staff or owner in regards to the sale of the Wismer Ranch to Classic Homes. And there's about 5 other people that were at the same meeting that witnessed what occurred. And the man all the way on the left side there was at that meeting as well at Discovery Canyon campus, when the daughter of Mr. Wismer and himself became emotionally involved due to what transpired after the transaction.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Geithner.
If I could, I guess I will direct a question to our county attorney regarding this. It's my understanding that this would have been something private and contractual between a buyer and a seller that would not play into our decision here, but would ultimately have to be settled between those two parties. But if you could give some clarification, that would be great.
Well, no, they spoke to the public.
Sir, if I'm sorry, my apologies. The question is from one of the commissioners to the county attorney.
Thank you, Commissioner Geithner. Reviewing the criteria for approval for a sketch plan, I am not seeing relevance necessarily to a discussion between a previous buyer or seller of this particular property. I'm not sure if I'm missing something on that.
And if I could just ask a follow-up, please, Mr. Chair, then, but nothing that we would do today here regarding any of this would negate any condition or contractual. So if there were to be something contractual and we were to, even if we were to approve this today, it's not as if that negates anything that would have happened between those two parties. So that if there were something there, that would still stand. This doesn't affect that.
I believe you're correct, ma'am. That would be a separate contractual arrangement.
Thank you.
Well, excuse me, the chair asked the relevant question in regards to your decision-making process.
Sir, I haven't recognized you for additional comments. So, okay, all right. Look, Commissioner Geithner, go ahead.
Commissioner, okay. All right. I'm going to ask you a 30-second question, okay? Can you summarize in 30 seconds the comments of, I'm sorry.
Well, they were all at the meeting.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to summarize for your team, right? Whatever you want to say is in regard to this very specific, whatever it is. I do not want to ask a question that reopens this up to 5 or 10 people. I'm offering you an opportunity. 30-second statement of what you'd like to say. Please keep it to the relevancy.
Yes.
And very specific and tight. And please do not go over 30 seconds because I'm just asking you this out of respect to
everyone here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could interject one more time before we start.
Yeah, Mr. County Attorney, let me, I think I have a pathway forward here, and you can correct me if I say this incorrectly. But we do have a commissioner that has made a specific request for comments for one of the members of the public. He is at the podium. Sir, I just want you to be aware that we do allow this on rare occasions. It's the discretion of the chair. I will allow you to make that statement, but I do want you to know that when we do allow this, after the original developer's rebuttal, the developer does get to rebut that statement as well. Okay?
Thank you.
So based on the request from one of my fellow commissioners, please proceed with your comments, and then we'll ask the developer to rebut that.
Yeah, one of the first meetings in regards to this proposal was held at the Discovery Canyon campus in order to get public input. And these other 5 individuals were there along with myself and David Wisner and his daughter. She spoke on his behalf with a very emotional reply in regards to the fact that they were not hassling, but they were discussing the sale of this part of the ranch to Mr. Smith and the other individuals based on the premise that 5-acre lots would take precedent. And she was very emotional about it. And if we can get, I believe they might have recorded that. I don't know if it's erased, but I believe that party possibly did record it. So that last comment that you asked, Mr. Whatever that gentleman's name is, was inaccurate, because we witnessed that, and the gentleman sitting next to him was the one who led the meeting for Classic Homes when we were all there.
Okay, thank you. And now at this point, we can offer an opportunity for the applicant to rebut or comment.
Drew Balsick with Flying Horse. The meetings that we had early were emotional as well as this one. There definitely was a comment from Wismer's daughter, and none of it is contractual. Again, it was a comment, as many others are throwing out during those meetings.
Okay, thank you. And before we proceed, I just want to see if there's any other comments or questions from any of the commissioners at this point. And I don't, yes. Well, no, so while we let a special comment from the public and then a rebuttal from the developer, the public part of this hearing is closed. So this is for our deliberation up here, but that doesn't mean you can't ask staff or whomever.
No, just internal debate.
Yeah, it's a discussion for us at this point. So are there any comments at this point?
All right, thank you.
Yeah, before you continue, well, do you have comments, or were you? Because I'll entertain a motion at this point. Okay, please make comments. Yes, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know this is a tough one, a lot of, again, motions. I think generally it's very respectful on both sides, so I appreciate that. You know, a lot of things here. I think some of the comments about the previous Black Forest plan, why was that redone? Well, was it redone because of the age? All right, some of these area plans, 20, 30 years old. The intent from my perspective, because I was part of that going, and we did advertise it, and we did get feedback from the public. I know I put it in my my weekly article in the Fountain Valley for all for the master plan and then the water master plan, asking for input. So I know we did put it out for input, but I do believe the intent of when we updated those local plans into one large master plan is that we would try to utilize this as a way forward. And so I do want to look at the master plan and look at the criteria and see how it works. And so I can understand where we want to, you know, in areas we can't stop growth, we can't stop advancing. You know, is it okay to increase the density a little bit? Yes, I think it does. But there's certain things in the master plan for that area that I think are very specific, and we shouldn't throw it away. And the one I kept bringing back here it was very clear from staff's analysis and from just about everybody that saw it, was that it doesn't look like the hotel, which is tourism commercial, is consistent with the master plan. And I don't want to throw out the master plan, which we worked years on and spent, I think, millions of dollars to do the master plan and the water master plan. So even though I think a lot of the density projects makes sense, because we do have to increase some density in housing, we always talk about that, but I don't think the hotel fits the criteria. And so I will not be able to support if both are kept in the sketch plan, because I do not believe the hotel meets the criteria.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, I do have several comments. So, you know, as we've gone through this process, obviously we've all been here a while, and I thank you all for sticking with us on this. At earlier parts of this meeting, I talked about the fact that I grew up in a rural area and I watched things change. And again, oftentimes when there's a renewed interest in something that's gone on in our community, we have a lot of people come to these meetings who maybe haven't been to a meeting before. And I heard that from some people today. One of the things that I often hear is if you would just drive out and look. So I live in Falcon, and I drive through the Black Forest every week, multiple times. So I'm very, very familiar with this area. It's very close to my district. And so when I hear residents, I very much understand and hear your concerns. But there are a few things that, and I'm going to disagree with my colleague a little bit on the master plan. I came in after the master plan was already in progress. It was one of the earlier votes that I had to make as someone who wasn't here when that master plan. I didn't design it, didn't really know what was going forward with it. But I've heard a couple of different things here today, and I think it's been said, reasonable people can disagree, and we can all interpret things differently. I've actually heard someone say, no, things can't be interpreted differently, and folks, that's why our entire court system exists, because even lawyers can look at things, look at words, look at them all differently. And here today, I have heard a couple of different things, that we don't like the master plan and that we need to stick to the master plan. And so there's been a lot of discrepancy. I really appreciate the kind of dialogue that we have had. But I don't think, and when I voted on that master plan, it was never described to me as a document that I had to follow every recommendation for. It was a document that could be used as guidance, and this room heard it from me today earlier. I am very much hands-off when it comes to how government tells people how to use their property. And so when I look at that master plan, I don't ever want to be in a place where we just put labels on land all around the county and we say, this is what you're going to build. We've seen that happen in other communities. It's been very detrimental to those communities. My colleague made a comment, I think at a previous meeting, maybe last week or something, we were discussing Germany, and we were talking about the fact that if you want to open a small business in Germany, you might get told no by the government because we already have enough of that. And so I'm very, very sensitive to those things. So when I look at the master plan and I look at the criteria and I say, and it says generally, it doesn't mean, and our attorneys have advised that it doesn't mean it has to meet everything. We've heard staff say that. I think that another thing that concerns me is that this is labeled as an area for annexation. Again, I live in Falcon. We have the same kind of conversations all the time about what happens if there is an annexation. I have a very real concern that if this area is not developed underneath the county, that it could in the future be developed by the city, and it would be much higher density. And you don't have to respond to that. That's one of the things that I fear. And so I think that in this case, looking at that and looking at the master plan and many of the things that have been done, I am satisfied that it is in general conformance with the goals, objectives, and policies. That's the only one that was a little on the edge for me here. The other ones, I feel very comfortable that the criteria has been met. I think that there's been a lot of talk about water. I think a lot of those questions were answered. It's one of my biggest concerns as a resident of the eastern area of El Paso. But I also know that hearing that letter of intent, and I look at this and it says probable, and it seems like there is a water district that is looking toward meeting that, and that will have to be proven down the road. So everything else to me makes a lot of sense in conforming and meeting that criteria. Like I said, the toughest one was the master plan, but I am satisfied that it is in general conformance, even if it didn't check every block. And so for that reason, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve this with the conditions and notations.
All right, there is a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I will second that. this one's a tough one. We talked earlier about private property rights, and we actually had one of our assistant district attorneys who was appointed this morning. He was asked what his favorite piece of law book was, and it was on Socrates, and essentially making the best, how do you determine where somebody's, one person's private property rights begin and another's end, and how do we as a policymaking body respect all of that and respect all of you? And it puts us oftentimes in a very, very difficult situation. One quick thing I would like to address is that, that's the importance of why you saw it was commented on many times, not fully understanding maybe why Commissioner Williams recused herself, and I'll stick to the fact that that's up to her to discuss or explain. But I think it does point out the importance of the integrity of this process, and I appreciate the resident who saw that actually really pointed to her integrity and how seriously we are taking all of these issues and considering them very thoroughly, because they're not easy decisions, and we don't want. We want to be able to judiciously make decisions. That being said, they're very difficult. One of the things that when I first asked if we could recess to kind of figure out where we were on give and take, I think every single person in this room has negotiated and conducted themselves very professionally today. Sometimes when we have an application in front of us and we're trying to protect the integrity of that process, it's not so easy to see what has happened historically. And I feel like that has been clarified through the process today. That's a very, very important part of it. I also think that the majority of my district is within the city limits of Colorado Springs, and I'm watching exactly what that means for exactly what annexation in unincorporated county means and what the impacts are. And, I think Commissioner Geithner makes a very good point. A sketch plan is the opportunity for a developer any applicant to cast a vision. And it's very clear to me that this is a beautiful area, and one that has residents that care deeply for the way of life. And I think it's also in respecting the private property rights. I don't want to necessarily be in the business of telling people what they can and can't do, particularly at this phase. I saw a vision cast. There are pieces of it that I think, I hope that in future applications, have a little work done on them, but I'm not in the business of telling any applicant exactly how to do that at this phase. So for that reason, I'm seconding, but I hope you all can see that this is a difficult decision. And I asked in the first hearing, and I actually wrote down as they were presented at the very beginning, as I do in every hearing, the criteria for approval, because I take them seriously. General conformance with the goals, objectives, and policies of the master plan. That one was also the one that was iffy for me, and I think I am landing on the side of private property rights in this. I hope that this can, in any future things that come for us with this development, that the very, very unique area, the very, very unique and passionate residents will be respected in the, and then that the appropriate notations and restrictions can be put on at the appropriate times. And I don't think the sketch plan is the place or time to do that right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Out of all due respect there, but I would like to hear a comment on the hotel and how it meets criteria 1. If you don't want to answer that, it's fine. I didn't hear anything. I understand master plans, there's a guide, we don't have to follow it, but if we're not going to follow whatever, why do we have it? Thank you.
Very good. And who would you like to direct that question?
Nobody has to answer.
Oh, okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. All right. Please, seeing no further comments from the board, I think at this point, and I have some comments I'll make just before I vote, but let's go ahead and proceed with that vote. So Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Nay.
Commissioner Bremer.
Aye.
And before I vote, I just want to say that, frankly, I mean, you know, this is a sketch plan. It's actually the beginning of a lot of negotiation. It's really the beginning. The sketch plan can change. And one of the things that I have said in so many other land use hearings before, how important it is for us to continue to work together. Now, that has happened in the past, and I appreciate everybody's interest in trying to work together on this project. This is one of the biggest, most contentious ones that I've had an opportunity to deliberate on. I encourage the developer to continue to work with the neighbors and the constituents and the associations and so forth that are here, that came here in force. And I also ask the neighbors to continue to work with the developer, because it's frankly just the beginning. And to the extent that there could be continued concerns, but maybe meeting the preponderance of the requirements, I think we need to continue to work on those concerns as we go forward. I do want to make the statement, particularly to water. It's been mentioned by some of my fellow commissioners. We do have the letter of commitment, but then there was testimony about, what is the actual realism about how much water they have available. I'll just make the point, if the developer cannot provide a true water commitment at a future decision point for this project, that project won't be able to go forward, because we have one of the most stringent water requirements in the entire state of Colorado. And it's a big issue, and it's becoming harder and harder to meet that requirement. So that's an important requirement to me, and it'll be important for me to see that the developer would get to that, would be able to demonstrate that. And that's procurement of water rights to do that. So having said all that, the chair votes aye. This sketch plan passes 3-1. And keep in mind that we need to continue to work together. Thank you, everybody, for your time. All right. Let's continue through the agenda. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
All right. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is the addendum. There is no addendum.
Item 10.
Item number 10 is the executive session. There's no request for executive session.
All right. Seeing no further business before this board, this meeting is adjourned.